is on you, and that's why these haters is at you. So just keep on doing you, baby. You don't have to give these fools an explanation. I admit it, I admit it.
I'm here to support Officer Rkelly because I believe he's innocent.
What have you seen in the trial so far? Do you think it's a fair trial?
Yes, I believe it's a fair trial, and I believe now y'all can really hear the truth. It's not a one-sided story no more. He's been defamed in the media, and every media is biased. So now y'all get the truth.
Do you believe some of the witnesses, Javonda Pace, the stories that she told?
No, they're too inconsistent.
For years and in fact we had a conversation about it on the show a few weeks back about the blowback that attorneys risk facing from the public over who they choose to represent. I get tweets from viewers asking why I keep inviting certain lawyers who represented less than desirable clients, and of course that question that we all get, defense lawyers get, how can you defend a guilty person? I'm curious, how would you respond? What would be your response to that question?
Well, I first of all, let me start by saying that that is a general question I get all the time. I don't know whether it's specific to Rkelly or not, and I'm not here to, I don't trust the verdict that came back in Rkelly's case. So I'm not going to say he's guilty until I believe that there is a fair process. I don't rely on verdicts where the process was not fair. So let me make that clear. I do not believe that the verdict is a reliable indicator of whether Rkelly is in fact factually guilty. But to your general question of, how do you represent unpopular people? How do you represent people that the media has already convicted? How do I represent them? I'm a defense attorney, and that's what I do. And I believe to my core that the government needs to be held needs to be held accountable, and when they don't go about this process in a fair and just way, that is a miscarriage of justice, and it affects all of us. And I guess I just really believe in that principle. It just doesn't matter to me whether it's Rkelly or Bill Cosby or any number of wrongfully convicted people that I have represented over the years. It just does not matter. It's all the same to me, because if the system doesn't work for one, it doesn't work for any of us. And I guess I'm just really focused on that principle. And it doesn't, my view is if you're a defense attorney and you can't get with that idea, then maybe find a different career.
Of a consecutive sentence, absolutely. We asked for more of a consecutive sentence, and really one of the big things we're disappointed in. We're disappointed that we didn't get more on the restitution front. Restitution is critically important in these cases. That's why it's mandated by law. And again, just to be frank about it, we are disappointed that did not turn out differently at this point. The question was whether we could do anything to challenge the restitution decision. It's complex, so at this point, I guess I'm not comfortable in commenting one way or the other as to whether there's anything else that could be done on that front.
Judge handing it to you, and then you're going to bill the taxpayers a bunch of shitload of money. You suck. You suck then, you suck now. You will forever suck. So the reason you can't get work outside of your connections is because you suck. You're not smart. You never were. You got gifts as a prosecutor because the system is rigged in your favor. So all those years that you won because 90% of the time there was a judge who was already predisposed to rule against the defendant and in your favor. And in the process, you came to believe that you were good, that you were smart, that you knew what you were doing. Then you get out into the mean, bad world of the capital marketplace. And there, you can't get a fucking client without some judge handing it to you. And then you're going to bill the taxpayers a bunch of shitload of money. You suck. You suck then, you suck now. You will forever suck.
The situation that is happening in the blogs and, you know, everything, all the allegations that are going around, it's very hard to digest because, as a lot of people know, in the posts that I posted as far as my reaction to everything that's happening, that's still my father. I don't want to confirm or deny anything that the women have been saying about my father, any of the rumors that have been going around throughout the years about my father. But as I said, I know him. He's my father.
As if that was not enough. During
the situation that is happening in the blogs and, you know, everything, all the allegations that are going around, it's very hard to digest because, as a lot of people know, in the posts that I posted as far as my reaction to everything that's happening, that's still my father. I don't want to confirm or deny anything that the women have been saying about my father, any of the rumors that have been going around throughout the years about my father. But as I said, I know him. He's my father.
As if that was not enough. During
the situation that is happening in the
Write all of these songs for y'all for 30 years. I'm just trying to relax in the blessing, you know what I'm saying? I don't take this for granted, man. I am very thankful for the gift God has given me, man. And for y'all to fight for me all these years, keeping my shit alive, man. Fuck that! Stupid ass shit!
The penalty is death for messing with our women. Okay, this is just plain and simple. Whether if you're black or white and you're doing it to our sisters, that's the penalty. That's how we're taught. That's how we were originally before we were manipulated and made into niggas. That's how it was. You can't go and mess around with no nation of people and mess around with a woman and something gonna happen to you. Try to go kidnap a Chinese woman from a Chinese man's house and see if the Chinese don't show up to your house. Go try to kidnap a Russian woman from a Russian man's house and see what happened to you. They're gonna get at you, and they ain't not gonna wait on the white man's law. Right. His court, call the police. But that ain't gonna happen. They're gonna show up right there, find out where you are. Where's my sister? Where's my daughter? What you doing? Right. But with us, what happens? Not only do we not stand up, but we participate. It's a very despicable condition that we've been broken into.
Did you see that footage of the guy on the New York City subway?
Yes. Light-skinned dude tried to kidnap the girl, and he was wearing an all-red jumpsuit. But he later on came out and said, "I was trying to protect her." She said that the guy sleeping next to her was a pimp.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe him or I don't believe him. I don't know.
I'll just say this. I don't know all the facts about that. Yeah. However, the circumstances you saw in the video happens all the time. Right. That's the fact.
The way he tried to
grabbed her and just walking down the street happens all the time.
But do you believe in street justice? Because you see the brothers did beat him up, and I kind of felt better. Am I wrong for feeling better seeing him get beat up?
I believe in God's law. I believe in God's law. What is God's law? What is it? Moses came, right? That we supposed to agree on this. Okay. An eye for an eye. Yeah. Tooth for a tooth. Life for a life. Now some people are like, oh, you a Muslim, you supposed to use. See, that's the sickness about religious dogma and the misunderstanding. We black men.
Right.
You're not gonna touch my daughter, bro.
Right.
Islam permits me to do what I'm gonna do. So does Christianity. None of the prophets were punks. Don't ever get it twisted. You are not gonna do nothing to my daughter and not get a response from me. No nation of people allows their women to be mistreated, manipulated, raped, drugged, and killed, and they not do something about it except for us. We have to get back who we are. We have to get back to our respect and our respectful place as black men on the planet, not just in America. People need to see us and know, you know what, we ain't gonna mess with a woman. But we have to demonstrate it by showing the example of that. If you call her a bitch and then you turn around and somebody does her and treats her like one, you can't get mad at them. Because you created the circumstance. And this is for all of us. We gotta be sober. I'm 29, bro. I'm not about to allow this to continue because I want to have children one day. And I'll be damned if some dude calls my daughter that and not get checked. But then again, if I'm out there doing it, I can't say nothing to him.
All you scared to death, Negro.
Women, I'm saying that we're using our... See, we have a lot of power. We are very strong women. I'm saying that we're using our strength in the wrong direction. We're using it to tear our man down, tear our nation down instead of building it up. Having an education and a job does not necessarily mean you have a successful life. I keep telling black women that to raise a child, they say, well, I provided with food, clothing, and shelter. That's not raising a child, that's maintaining one. To raise a child, you need a parental coalition of a man and a woman. We have sons who, by not having a father in the home, they don't know how to respect women. They take on the black female emotionalism. They're doubtful, they're indecisive, they can't make a decision. They don't know what to do about being a man because we can't teach them that. We don't have that knowledge. We have daughters who grew up in a home where they don't see any affection, where there's no man there. They go out into the world and try to mate. They don't have no idea how to be no woman to no man, how to function in a house with a man, because they haven't seen it. Most of our children, just like us, get all the information we have about how you be with a mate off television. It's the only medium that shows us anybody being together. Those rules have not worked for us. The white woman's liberation movement, we don't have anything to do with that. We have not been under the control of the black man for over 500 years, so what do we have to get liberated from them from? See, we have a lot of power. We are very strong women. I'm saying that we're using our strength in the wrong direction. We're using it to tear our women. I'm saying that we're using our... See, we have a lot of power. We are very strong women. I'm saying that we're using our strength in the wrong direction. We're using it to tear our man down, tear our nation down instead of building it up.
Dogging your man out. He's not a man yet, but he will be. But if you keep on dogging him, you won't have nothing, and you'll end up being a lesbian at home with yourself, with no man by your side because your damn mouth is what it is. It's a snake pit. And a man can't live under that because he got enough hell on his head as it is trying to function in a white man's world. And he needs a wife that has compassion and understanding, and that's the value of the MGT. The MGT is supposed to make you a woman to help you make a man for God.
Oh my goodness. Crazy. Like, what the? There we go. It finally came back on. This is crazy. All that time, it was no sound. That's what I'm saying. Like, that is ridiculous. It ain't got nothing to do with you. Why you saying sorry? I'm glad who the land said something because ain't nobody else say nothing. So I thought they could hear. Maybe that's why everybody started leaving because the numbers was going down. I'm sorry, I didn't know. If she wouldn't have said nothing in the chat, I would have. Uh-huh. Yep. If any of y'all wanna speak on the Drea interview, that's what me and Natasha was talking about. So y'all probably couldn't hear it, I guess. It's cold in my house. It's cold. I'm not sure. You said it's cold. Huh? It been what? The 23rd floor. That's what I did that in 23rd floor. Oh yeah, that's them high rises in New York. I'm so sorry, y'all couldn't hear it. I did not know. I apologize to my bad. Why is you apologizing? You ain't do nothing wrong. You was just talking. If she didn't say nothing, I wouldn't have never knew either. But why you apologizing though? Yeah, y'all, but we were just talking about the interview with Drea, and what did y'all think about it? No, but my thing is, I don't know if people feel how I feel, but I just feel like she got this new business now called 12 rounds. And isn't that a coincidence? She talking about she created that because of boxing. She felt like her life is she fought through everything and made it to the 12th round. Girl, bye. You said 12. You used the 12 because of Robert's 12 play. Girl, bye. We not dumb. Like, you can't do nothing yourself. You don't know how to be create nothing herself. She's like, she's just it's just so much. And then she spoke about the kids talking to their dad. Now she talking about, I don't get involved in that. They're grown. So, I to tell you the truth, I don't know. She's talking about, I don't know, when they talk to him, and even when they want to go see him in the jail and all of that. First of all, let me tell you why she said that. Because they did go see their dad, because they was communicating with him. So all of a sudden you throw out there, and even if they want to visit him or whatever, that's their business. They're grown. I don't get into that. Well, what are you saying? Before little Rob turned 21, that you were the reason that they wasn't dealing with their father, and now that they're grown, you can't stop it. And I think it's real messed up that she's not teaching that boy to be a man, and she's letting his girlfriend. He still live in her house with the girlfriend. The girlfriend is her photographer. Yeah, and then he's posting all this stuff on Instagram. They took his page last year because he posted a picture. Robert Kelly's son? Yeah, they because he posted a picture of him licking his girlfriend's butt. Then he was on Instagram tonguing her down on a video. So they kept saying, I guess, that the video. How did we get that baby from his mother or the father? I don't know. I'm gonna just tell you, he really liked that girl a lot. She's Caucasian. She got like all these piercings in her nose. She's one of them real like dark. What they call that? Like the Dracula type rock star. Yeah, she's into all of that. all of that.
Well, I'm not with none of that.
And she looks old.
To show your son, women can show a nigga what do.
She looks older because Drea had I guess she had auditions or whatever a couple days ago. So the girlfriend was the one taking the pictures, and she cut her hair real short. Now she look like she like 30 years old. I never thought his son would be, something like that.
Women can't raise men.
And then I'm like, how are you teaching him to be a man? He's still living in your house. The only one that got their own is Jaya. And that's what she said too in the interview. Oh, Jaya, that's my twin. That's the one that's me. I'm like, wait a minute, hold up. Before it was Joanne was your twin. That was your
Joanne the boy now.
No, Jaya's the boy. She said that Jaya is her that's her twin. That's the one that acts just like her. That's her ride or die. But I'm like, wait a minute. Before it was Joanne was your twin. That was your ride or die. That was your firstborn. Now she's saying Jaya is, and that Jaya is just like her. She don't want nothing to do with Robert. She don't deal with him at all. So so basically she's saying that only I guess Joanne and Little Rob deal with him. And that Jaya is her twin because Jaya is just like her. She don't want nothing to do with him. And she was going to get a sex change, she said, because she's a lesbian woman. And she said she stopped her because she wants her to know that it's very hard to fight for um your sexual rights or whatever. And she just want her to think it through a little bit more, but she's interested in getting a sex change.
As a woman, I would never do that. You know?
No, she wants to turn completely into a man.
Oh boy, why they do that to you?
Yep, she said my daughter is a lesbian woman, but she wants. But she wants to do the whole sex change to become. She wants to. I guess she wants like a mustache and all that stuff. So she said she did stop her with that because she told her that it's going to be very hard in this society. I want to know, first of all, if everything is true, like Rashonda claimed that her and Drea was having sex all them years she was living there, right? Tracy Sampson said that Drea is the one who approached her and was telling her she looked good and when she joined her and her husband. So in my opinion, I feel like Drea turned Rashonda out and that she approached a lot of them females because where did her daughter get this want to be a lesbian from? If she was raised around her mom and dad, didn't see her mom dealing with a woman. Her mom don't got no bunch of siblings where like her aunt or somebody was gay or whatever. The only thing I could think of is Drea was messing with women.
I never mess with women. I don't lie to you. I get to. I'm also trying.
Drea had to be. Why would her daughter? Where would her daughter just get this? Just want to be a boy and a lesbian? Where would she just get that from? It had to be the mother. Had to be.
It's more people than shit, you know.
Just like Dwayne Wade's son. Why did he want to become that? Because no, but I'm just saying the Godfather is Dwayne Wade's wife, Gabrielle Union. The two gay guys that's married, they got the kid. They ahead of the L. They ahead of the LGBTQ. They got that I forgot what it's called. But I'm just saying though, her hairdresser, her makeup artist, everybody is gay. So it made sense why his son start choosing that way. He was around it. Look who his godfather is. Two men that are gay that adopted a daughter. All Gabrielle Union staff is all gay men. That's why he chose that.
That's what they want. It's called Baphomet, you know that, right?
Yeah, but where did Jaya or Kelly's daughter just want to be a lesbian? She was not around that unless Drea behind the scenes was dealing with a lot of women.
So what R. Kelly did is none of my business, right?
No, I'm not talking about what R. Kelly did. What I'm saying is,
I'm talking about a young child that 15 years old gonna be a girl.
I'm talking about Jaya, for her to be so into this being lesbian and want to get a sex change and all of that.
You can't do that. You cannot do the minors.
I'm saying she had to be. Is no volume again?
They say it's like
Oh my God! Wait a minute.
there's no volume. I can hear you.
I just heard the volume on my other device. Wait, I'm gonna come.
Natasha. Hello?
Yeah, can y'all hear me now? Yeah, I can hear it.
Somebody Natasha speaking to her.
Natasha speaking to who?
In the background.
No, that's I put the call-in number in, Larry. If anybody want to call in and speak about what y'all think about the Drea interview that I played yesterday.
That's your interview now?
What'd you say, Tasha?
That's your interview now? Nobody interviewed her ass. Nobody interviewed her.
Yeah, the guy did from Atlanta Black Stars. He interviewed her. I played it yesterday. I played the interview yesterday of everything.
That bitch.
So you didn't even see the interview?
No, I don't want to see it either. I'm not worried. Someone else.
Did everybody else see the interview that I played? I think it was very eye-opening because she spoke about a lot of different things. Of course, she lied.
No, you cannot do that. You can pick a side. You can't switch sides. You pick sides.
I think it was. Of course, she lied. She made up new lies, and now she's releasing a book. And she said that Robert should have never been dealing with her while she was 19 and he was 26.
Okay, I'm 50. How old are you? I'm 50. How old are you?
So now I guess she's gonna run with this rumor that she's a minor. I ain't 50.
I'm 50. How old are you? What your age?
Who you talking about, Drea?
I'm talking about me. I'm 50. How old are you?
I ain't 50.
Yeah, but my brain, I was going to take a brain from somebody. Why are you laughing at me?
No, I'm laughing because I said I ain't 50.
No, but I look good for 50 years old. You know that.
I ain't say you didn't, but I ain't 50. I ain't there yet.
No, I'm going to actually 73. That means
I'm just trying to figure out now, all of a sudden, 19 years old is a minor now?
No.
First it was 17, then 18.
Mistakes. I always say that.
But now Drea's making it seem like, and then she gonna say, I shouldn't even been married at no 22. Like what?
22. No, 22 when I had my first child.
Not only was you married, but you had 3 kids. You didn't stop after one. You didn't stop after two. You ain't stop after 3.
Oh, that makes you skeptical.
I think the only reason she didn't have no more kids is because Robert had that little thing that his lawyer made him do, so that he wouldn't get um framed out here with no babies. Cause they was out here stealing T-shirts with semen on it, all type of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, first, lawyer get you, it's a trap.
Exactly, no accountability perspective. That's why I said I don't know if y'all seen that interview, huh?
As the only person who control your man, right?
Who?
As the only person who control your man, right?
You said that's the only person can control you, your man.
Yes, your man supposed to control you.
Supposed to control you?
Yeah, your man supposed to say don't do this and don't do that, right?
Were you speaking of Drea?
Yeah, your man supposed to say don't do this. You know, it's kind of thing we should do.
I don't think it was ever a time that Robert could tell her don't do. You see her attitude. That's why I said when these women try to say that they were abused and they were locked in rooms, you can look how their attitude is. They're not the type of woman that's about to let no man control them. That's why she don't last in no marriages. That's why Robert divorced her. That's why the last husband, that only lasts for 30 days. That tells everything. Ain't no man being able to control them.
It's about who you love and what you control them. And I know what you're not putting my skin in me for no reason. I'm not fucking for no reason, right?
You say you're not what for what?
I'm not fucking for no reason. I'm just saying, and they have children and stuff. No, I'm not really just so it took kids not from a child, but she can go to the bathroom and shit. She's a piece of shit. She's alive.
Yep, Larry. She spoke about that too at the interview, and I'm surprised because she never spoke about that when she met Robert. She was engaged, and she claimed
I heard that.
She claimed one day she went home and the fiance had another woman in there and had a baby on her.
Right, I know that.
So she went back crying to Robert because Robert was like her brother. Wait. I gotta say this part. Then she gonna say that her mother worked for Sony, y'all, and RCA, and that she knew celebrities way before Robert, that she used to be at all the venues and the concerts with her mom, all backstage with the Isley brothers and all the celebrities, because her mom worked for Sony and RCA. Did y'all ever hear her say that?
No.
I never. First of all, she said Robert took her out of the soup kitchens. So how was you so famous before Robert and you knew all these celebrities? Well, why your mom didn't get you in Romeo and Juliet school or perform? Why was you auditioning? Talking about
right? We got junior schools. We got
I mean, it's so many performing arts she could have went to. She talking about, I didn't want to audition for no R&B artist. I'm a ballerina and all that. I wasn't into that. What she say? You know who introduced her to Robert? Lisa Ray.
And she did just say that.
She said, but she wasn't interested in. Girl, the way you was shaking your behind on that Summer Bunny video, they had to block out her butt part because when she was bent over.
I'm gonna lie to you, she was a good dancer. I'm gonna lie to you, she was a good dancer.
Yeah, but don't make it seem like you was just this uppity ballerina and that you wasn't interested in.
This is sexually dancer. She could sexually dancer, you know me?
Why you think she got Robert? Them freaky dances and putting her leg over her head and all of that.
And she had bitches, too.
That's how she got Robert.
And the bitches too, man.
Everybody's seen when she first started dancing with the group, she was in the back. They had the other dancers in the front. And then all of a sudden, you see in the videos, Drea's in the front now. And the other woman is in the back.
Yeah, it was sexual fantasy that he didn't want, you know?
Then she gonna say on the interview, Rkelly chased her. That she didn't want him.
I heard the interview. I was engaged with somebody else and I find out all this shit.
You talking about, oh, I didn't want him. How he chased you when it was only a year later? What the hell are you talking about?
A year later?
A year. But she's going to say on the interview, he chased her for a long time. How was a long time a year?
A year's not a long time. 6 years, 7 years is a long time. You know?
You basically had sex with your boss. What you talking about? You effed your way to the top, and you did any tricks and whatever you had to do to turn Robert out. And you must have told him he can deal with other women. You had to lay the foundation out because that's why he married you. Because you was with it.
You're right, but this is really the foundation out.
Yeah, she was with it. I'm pretty sure she told him, you can do all that. We can do threesomes, whatever you want, baby. That's why he married her. Because he like, okay, we see it eye to eye.
Don't pay the can and talk about it neither, you know?
And Lisa Van Allen even said that she turned Robert out and that she introduced him to threesomes.
I could do some too, but guess what? But I could do it in my life too, but the whole thing is.
Come on now, why would Robert marry her? Okay, if she was this wife that was like, oh no, I don't want you dealing with other women. Oh no, I don't want you to. He wouldn't have married her. He married her because. No, what I'm saying is he married her because she was willing. She was okay with it all.
She was compatible.
Yeah, she was okay with everything.
Okay, so don't tell him you cannot tell when you're done with the shit.
That's why I'm saying, how is she running a program teaching young girls how to dance seductive and pole dance to seduce men, but nobody is calling her out on the simple fact, why are you not speaking about Rashana Lanfair? You told the whole world you didn't know what was going on, but we all know she was living with you during the trial.
Yeah, but you can't. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You cannot tell and play the game.
And then you claiming you using your platform to be there for victims. All right, well, how about Rashana claiming she's a victim? Why you ain't speak on her one time? You ain't even utter her name. Like she don't exist. So now I'm starting to think, like Jennifer Bonjean said at the trial, that did Robert and Drea go through a divorce because of Rashana? And that y'all didn't agree. Y'all couldn't do the threesomes no more? Because she never even uttered Rashana's. She never.
When this guy was fucked, why he never did nothing in New York City? I always say that, right? That's all.
He never did what?
Nothing in New York City. I get convicted in New York City.
I told you why. Because when they used the RICO, they were able to. They can charge you all throughout the country.
Oh no,
they don't have to. They don't have to. You don't have to worry about the statute of limitations or none of that. And when you got the RICO, you also get.
Oh, RICO means you're serving drugs.
Wait a minute, and you also get venue. So that's why the prosecutors was able to pick that venue.
They was lying. They lying ass niggas, yo.
No, but I'm saying this is how they got away with all this stuff because they used the RICO.
No, but you have nothing to do with RICO laws, right?
The RICO, you can charge a person all across the country, all across state lines. The RICO, you can prosecute and pick any venue.
Where the mother's at all the time?
Where who?
The mother's at.
Since we just talked about that, they were around. But it has nothing to see. I get our opinions. I get the emotional part. But what I'm telling you is me being at the trial. What I'm telling you is what the judge said. What I'm telling you is how the law is written up.
That bitch
It don't matter if Azriel mothers passed her to him on a silver platter. They cannot give consent for her to have sex.
Oh, guess what? Oh, he'd be shit Chicago in New York City, right?
So if we want the laws to change, we're going to have to stand up and make something shake. Because other than that, if Robert does not get this conviction overturned, you're going to have prosecutors out here using... You're going to have prosecutors using... Wait a minute, let me say this part. Let me say this part. If Robert's conviction doesn't get overturned, you're going to have prosecutors... You're going to have prosecutors using Robert's case as a case law to prosecute many other... Yes, that's that. What do you mean? That is what they're going to do. That is what they're going to do. They're going to reference this case. They're going to reference this case as a case law to prosecute another black man on a RICO. Huh? I don't know what you just said, sis.
That's that nigga.
I'm talking about case law.
No, Clay go against the government. That's different. I know that. Okay.
So they will be able to indict one person.
Other people that you can't knock about hearsay.
What do you mean? They did a whole trial of hearsay.
I don't know about hearsay.
See, I think that's what we all are forgetting. A lot of us be like, oh no, they can't do this. No, let me give it to you blunt and raw. They can, and they did. Like, we gotta stop saying, oh no, they can't. They can, and they did.
They did it because government, we're not controlling government.
No, but we can't say, oh no, they can't go off hearsay. First of all, that whole trial in New York was all and bad act witnesses.
Yes.
Uncharged acts.
I know that.
No physical evidence, no forensic evidence. The judge said that a victim's testimony is direct evidence, meaning they don't need physical evidence. They don't need forensics.
I don't think that.
That's the law. A victim's testimony is direct evidence. If they're able to convince...
Before setup came, it was set up before setup.
No, but what I'm saying is we can't keep saying, oh no, they can't do this, because guess what? They did it.
I was looking through that, but the government's fucked up.
So what do we got to do something to change it. We can't just sit around and just... You got to do something to change it. Got to.
At least I'm muffled. At least my voice is muffled.
And that's why I say the support for Robert Sylvester Kelly is not about, oh, people, y'all sprung... Y'all sprung over celebrities. No, it's not about that. I have a black son, and I'm pretty sure other people got black sons, brothers, nephews.
Oh, no, my son's good.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if his case don't get overturned, they will use his case as a case law to convict another black man by himself on a RICO.
Chicago's good.
While the labels sit back and do nothing.
Oh, they do nothing. I can rob them for money.
Y'all don't see all of these. Y'all don't see all of these entertainers and everybody in the music industry getting hit with a RICO. NBA YoungBoy, he was on federal house arrest. He was on federal house arrest. Right now, he's facing alleged. They claiming that he was running a drug, a RICO drug organization. He got a bond. He got a whole bond. That's why I said money talk, boy, walk. Y'all see whose attorney is? NBA YoungBoy attorney. Ain't that Suge Knight old attorney? This attorney. Money walk, money talk, bull crap walk. They gave him $100,000 bond. That boy can pay that with his eyes closed. He's a millionaire. But he has a whole gun. He has a whole gun case open in Baton Rouge. Then with this new case they just got on him, they found prescription drugs. They found guns and everything, and they still gave him a bond. Robert Sylvester Kelly never got a bond. I don't understand why people don't seem to realize that. I don't care if the bond was $1 million, $2 million. You're still supposed to get a bond. The guy Daryl Brooks that hit all them people and unalived them at that Christmas parade thing or whatever. He even got a bond. It was high as hell, but he still got a bond. The lady that just unalived the kids, she even got a bond. It's for $1 million, but she still got a bond. I think people don't understand that Judge Ann Donnelly literally, after Doug Anton put that motion in, claiming that Robert didn't know Don Russell and Robert don't got nothing to do with Don Russell attacking victims and all this, and sat up there and said that his client don't know Don Russell, don't talk to Don Russell, and the prosecutors turned right around and said, well, what's this? And they provided text messages and call logs with Robert and Don Russell's mom. And Doug Anton was dumb enough to go in court and say that his client don't talk to him. That's when they knew, oh, this attorney ain't right. And they set up there. And then Greenberg went live and said, oh, my client needs to get home to his girlfriend.
I remember that bitch, the one Sharon White, that big grandma, excuse Robert Cook. Why didn't you testify for him? Why didn't you never say shit, bitch? I'm a shut the fuck
Exactly, Ashley. And now look at DJ Academics. Look at DJ Academics. Little Rod's attorney, Tyrone Blackburn. He didn't like DJ Academics anyway, because DJ Academics was over there talking about Tyrone for weeks and months. And guess what? Now he's the attorney. Now he's the attorney for the female that's suing Academics for the R word. And she's saying that he R worded her and drugged her, and that he videoed her without her permission. But DJ Academics was up there a couple weeks ago making fun of Diddy and Rkelly, talking about all they do is record and leave their evidence. But now look at you. You literally woke up the next day and showed the girl a video that she knew nothing about. She said when she woke up the next morning, she didn't know nothing that happened the night before. Why did you show her the video and then you went on another platform, just like Charlamagne, and bragged about a video? That's why Kendrick Lamar said that DJ Academics was complicit. And now Kendrick Lamar team is suing DJ Academics and Drake because they tried to say that they stole that stuff that was in Kendrick Lamar's in the on the song that he dropped. Drake's pill bottles, his shirt, the gloves, all that stuff, because Drake didn't remember that he threw that stuff away, and somebody went behind him and took that stuff out the trash. But Kendrick Lamar was right when he said that DJ Academics was complicit. First of all, this boy built a platform off of exploiting Chicago and calling it Chirac and made millions of dollars. That boy ain't never been raised in the trenches in the hood one day of his life. But he always was blogging about Chicago and all the beef and all the unalived and people being unalived. That's how DJ Academics built his platform. Not from DJ. He got millions of subscribers because he was blogging about Chicago. And a lot of the labels he claims, he deals with a lot of the labels because they get him to play certain artists' music and stuff. And I do think that he uh is complicit when it comes to that, because this whole thing about Drake, when everybody starts sharing that video of Drake on stage with that 17-year-old, DJ Academics did not share that video. We all seen Drake on stage with that girl. Now all these females coming out saying, oh, I was at Drake party at 17 and he was like 28, 29. But the simple fact is, this is why you don't talk about nobody else, because it could turn right around. And then now look, now they talking about Drake was messing with young girls and everything else. And whoever Drake manager was at that time, when that girl came up there on that stage, I would have cussed my whole team out. I would have cussed my whole team out. Because he was kissing on her, he was grinding all up against her. Then he asked her, after he did that, how old are you? He was supposed to say, oh no, babe, you gotta go. You got He told me, oh man, I ain't trying to go to jail right now. Like basically saying he didn't give up that she was 17. Out of all them people in the concert, y'all couldn't pick nobody on the stage that was 20, 19. Come on. Why was she even at that concert? See what I'm talking about? These venues don't even be carding these females. Now, I don't know if y'all checked my community post out the other day, but Lil Durk artist, OTF, one of the OTF members, now is a girl running around on Twitter saying that she's 16 and he's 28. And he was messing with her. Flew her out. She went to Durk's concert, all that, right? When you look at this girl and how she's dressed, let me pull up the picture for y'all, okay? And she's 16. And Durk's artist is 29. So now she's out here showing all these videos of her in a hotel with him. And first of all, how was she even at the concert? Why the hell did she have them clothes on like that? She got on a blonde wig. This girl don't look 16 nothing. She looks 16 nothing though. And now she's saying he drugged her and he R-worded her. Like it's getting bad. It's really like she got a blonde wig on, heels, this little behind dress, and she said he flew her out. How did she fly out by herself at 16? Well, she sure posted the pictures up at the concert. No, her and her girlfriend, they got on the plane. She showed all the receipts, and I don't know how this is happening. I don't know. No, her girlfriend is 16 like her. Wait till I show y'all what this girl had on, first of all. I would have never thought she was 16. Like, why is you dressed like that? And then he's hugging her in the picture. I'm pretty sure this dude didn't think she was. I'm pretty sure she ain't telling me she was 16. I'm pretty sure. Wait till I show y'all this picture and how she was dressed. And he's 29. And she took all these videos of him laying up in the hotel, all that. That's why y'all men gotta be careful. The whole time he sleep, he don't know she's snapping videos, pictures, all that. Just so they can use it later. And then there's another young girl. I'm gonna post her picture. She's going around telling people she's 18 and 19. And she just turned 15 last week. So they out her all over Twitter. Cause she's up here dealing with all of these rappers and stuff lying, saying she's a certain age and she's not. And I ain't gonna lie to you, like the wait till I show y'all this girl picture. Y'all gonna be like, no, she ain't 16. Yes, she is. And I'm like, where is the mom? Where's the parent? Like, Why is she dressed like that? And the other girl that's 15, that's going around lying about her age, she got a fake ID, and it got a college. What they say? Some way they know they go to the people that put the college on there, so it look like it's like a college ID. Yeah, it's getting real. Y'all better tell your sons, your grandsons, nephews, and they recording y'all while y'all sleep. All that, like it's real. Sad, man. It's like I'm so scared for my son to even get in foot, go to the NFL, because it's like he's going to be a target from the rip. It's like we want to tell my son, shoot, record everything. That's the only way you get your proof. Now look at this girl, y'all. Look at the screen. Look how she's dressed. That's like a freaking lingerie dress on. She has a blonde wig. She's 16.
Why do you put blonde wig? I can never wear blonde.
Why do she have on that type of dress with her butt damn near out? All them legs. She got on stiletto heels. A blonde wig though.
I love that. That was a good one.
And he's 29. Exactly. Very inappropriate for 16. But she knew what she was doing. She went to the Drake concert. I'm at the Dirt concert. And guess what? They didn't have to go through the regular part of the concert. Let me show y'all. They got in through the VIP. And who would look at her and say she was 16? I don't think nobody. If I worked at that venue, I wouldn't have thought she was no 16. I know women older than her that will get carded. The way she looked, I can see somebody like, oh no, go ahead, you fine. Because they ain't going to think she's no damn 16. This is crazy right here. Like, it needs to be a law that you go to jail if you go lying, trying to and then what I don't like with Judge Ann Donnelly, basically they saying even if you have sex with these females and they could be lying to you and everything, you still get in trouble. That's crazy to me. Like the man just supposed to know that she's a minor. And even when you say, no, Your Honor, she framed me, she set me up. Oh, well, you were supposed to you were supposed to make the better. Nobody can give a minor consent to have sex. So it's like, are you telling these young girls to go out here and frame these men, knowing they can get away with it? That's what the law seems like it's saying to me. That's what the law seems like it's saying.
Oh, it's against men. I keep telling you it's against men.
Like, y'all can go out here and set up these men.
Oh, no.
Y'all won't get in trouble, and every time they will get prosecuted because they cannot give y'all consent to have sex. I don't care if you put your behind in their face.
They said 60 to 25.
Like, what else is they saying when they say, how can you not give a minor consent to have sex, but you can give them consent to get married?
Oh, you're right about that.
Make it make sense. You can give a minor consent to marry at 16, but you can't give them consent to have sex. That's dumb as hell. You can marry a 16-year-old long as they get permission from their guardian, but you can't give them consent to have sex.
Sex is sex.
But you can give them consent to marry. And if they get married, what you think is happening?
Sex.
Okay, here go the picture of her at the Dirt concert. And you see how she made sure she took pictures of everything. Like she knew she was going to frame him. She knew she ain't like this dude. And you know what else? I don't think she liked him. I think she's trying to get close to Dirt. Just like Rkelly. A lot of them guys was trying to get with them women. And I believe a lot of them women was having sex with people around R. Kelly and not him. But they couldn't get them men for no money. They ain't had none. I remember at Trek Studio in Chicago how Robert used to be in there for days just making music. And there used to be like 20, 30 dudes up in there. Literally the whole hood. And women running in and out of there. So you ain't gonna tell me. Matter of fact, Ian, he had did an interview with somebody one time when he talked about Robert when Robert was doing the feeling on your booty video, and it was two girls in the studio, and Robert had his hands on their butt as he was thinking about creating the song. And Ian said when he went out in the hallway, it was a few guys out there, and the girl was on her knees giving the guy oral sex. And the guy stopped her and said, "Yo, look out for my man. Give Ian some head." He was like, "Oh no, I'm good. He's like, "No, look out for my man." He's like, "No, I'm good." But the fact is, Robert was in there doing music, right? And you got these guys outside the studio in another part of the studio getting head from these other ones. Like she was in the hallway on her knees. Robert ain't got nothing to do with that. He didn't even know that was going on. If Ian didn't walk out in the hallway, he wouldn't have knew what happened. And Ian said she was ready to give him head. But he was like, "No, I'm good." Oh, no one want that hand. That hand dead. No, but that's how groupie she was. Like, oh, give the engineer some head. And she jumping up, ready to do it. Wow. But Robert wasn't even out there. And look what was going on. That's bullshit. So I think a lot of them women thought by sleeping with them guys, they'd get close to Robert. And I think a lot of them guys was lying to some of the women. "Oh, I'm gonna get you some backstage passes to R. Kelly concert. Oh, I'm gonna get you to meet R. Kelly." A lot of women said it. I ain't even gonna say something that was. I ain't gonna put no names out there. But there's a lot of men that was out here selling these females false dreams. That they was gonna meet R. Kelly and everything else. They was getting a lot of vagina off of R. Kelly's name. And then she was like, one guy hit by a car. They did okay dirty. They died. If I say that, am I wrong? I'm gonna face. What are you talking about, Linda Mitch? They hit both the I don't understand how let's go. Let's talk some real shit. Dang, I can't even think of his name right now. But am I wrong? The private investigator. I don't understand how when Robert's trial was over, all of a sudden, the witness recanted their statement and said that they didn't see them guys attacking him. And they literally got off of a murder charge. Give me five. Am I lying? Why was they so hype about breaking his camera? Am I lying? They didn't try to take his money, nothing. They went straight for his camera. One guy hit by a car. Am I lying? Linda Mitch. Am I lying? No. We all know about that, but I'm talking about the private investigator. And how when Robert Chicago trial was over, when Robert trial was over, the two guys that was arrested for him, the witness came back and recanted their statement. I never seen that like that happen. These guys was convicted in jail, and the witness came back and said, "Oh, I didn't really see them attacking him." I never seen that like that. That a witness come back and recant their statement. Am I lying about one thing? No, I'm talking about the guys getting out of jail because the witness recanted their statement and said that they never seen them. One got hit by a car, young lady, and one boy got hit by a car. They killed them. No, just Linda Mitch got hit by a car. Right, and Jack Palladino got attacked on the corner of his house. Am I lying about how I feel? I'm saying more statements. No, you're saying facts. That's facts. That's I know about this. But I'm saying I don't know why nobody didn't look into the simple fact that these men were convicted and a witness came back and recanted their statement and said, oh no, I didn't see them attacking him. Nobody talks about Linda Mitch case. Nobody don't know nothing. They just trying to say it was a hit and run. It was just a bad place, wrong timing.
But I say some shit, right? I just want to say, right? I'm stupid, right?
Sis, why do you keep calling yourself stupid? Like,
I don't think I'm stupid.
So why would you say it?
I understand the case.
I think everybody in the chat knows exactly what you're talking about. We're hip.
That makes sense.
We hipped over here. Trust that. But I don't think nobody ever talked about Linda Mitch case ever.
Oh no, but you know why? But nobody understand. Chicago is the bad city. You too.
She said, in the state of Ohio, I was pregnant at 15. They were trying to make me marry him. Wait a minute. She said they were trying to make me marry him. He was 21 in 1997. Amanda, that's what she just wrote in the chat. That she was.
Where your mother's at? And I'm just saying you can with your mother.
That was your baby father, Amanda, who you said they were trying to make you marry him? But that's what I'm saying. In certain states, y'all know the age of consent, some states is, no, some states is 14, some 15. And now they got the age of consent of same-sex marriage, so female on female, male on male. And the age of consent for that is like 21. But the regular age of consent is like 15, 16, right? But you can't give consent, but then you can take a 15-year-old and give consent for them to marry an 85-year-old man. That's dumb.
I was an 85-year-old man.
Like, what do you think when they get married? They nothing. Oh, okay, they just get married. Isn't that giving consent to have sex? You giving consent for marriage. Huh?
They said, if a parent had all they going watching suitcase. Oh, well, guess that shit. I'm not into that shit.
What you just say?
That's what they wrote. They said, if a parent had that going why would you suitcase?
She's talking about Drea. If her mom was working for Sony and RCA, why would she be up in the soup kitchen? Why did she need Robert's audition? Yeah, because that's what she said, that Robert took her out of the soup kitchen. But then all of a sudden in the interview, she said she was famous before Robert. She knew celebrities before him.
I know that.
No, that's a lie. She ain't know no damn celebrities. And her mom ain't worked for no goddamn Sony. And like whatchamacallit said yesterday, if that's the case, was Drea a mole? Was she a plant then?
Right.
If your mom worked for Sony or RCA, that's the labels that Rkelly was under.
It's got a job. I know about Rkelly.
Come on, make it make sense. So if your mom worked for RCA and Sony, was you a plant?
Yeah, but you did that fucking Zach Ross. Oh, I'm about to say it, man.
And then look at Shaq. Shaq is 52, and this is his girlfriend. She's 21.
Someone, she never loved her husband.
This is Shaq's new girlfriend, and she lives in Spain. Wait, no, they was in Spain.
That's about the first bitch.
But she's 21. Shaq is 52.
I can't. No.
Where's the uproar at? Where like, I don't get it. He like who he like. She like who she like. She knows Shaq 52. Shaq knows she 21.
My daughter and her boyfriend changed them up.
These 21-year-olds, these 20-year-olds, they don't want nobody that's 20 and 21 because they want stability. They all into this materialistic stuff. So they don't want no young guy that don't got no stability. And then I don't like these young girls that try to use these older guys for money and all that, but don't really like them, but act like they like them just for the money and stuff. And then when they ain't with him, oh, his old self, like Azriel did Robert. Matter of fact, where's that interview with Harvey Weinstein's attorney? I love how she said it. How the girls was saying, "Oh, we love you, Harvey. Oh, fat daddy," and then they got up there on the stand calling him ugly and all this other stuff. I love how she stated that though. Like, how you gonna sit up there and tell this man, you love him and all this, but then you get up there on the stand and make it seem like he's disgusting and he's ill and all this. But he was everything else when it came to that money though. You liked him when it came to that money though. No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the females that was liking Harvey Weinstein. Oh my God, not you. I'm talking about the females, the accusers. His attorney said they got up there on the stand and start calling him ugly and stuff. And that's not right, because you making this man think you liked him, and but it was just for the money. But he still has to go to trial. He just don't get out of jail. He has to have a whole new trial. And they can bring new evidence. They can bring new evidence. They can bring new evidence in, so it can either go one way or another. That's why I want Robert to have to go through that. That's why I want Robert to have to go through that a whole new trial. Is that it's a headache. I'd rather him just get his case overturned and thrown out, because you got to see some of the females, they might not even want to come back to court. So the prosecutors got to hope that the females want to participate again. Because they got to get back on the stand. They got to testify all over again. And a lot of females, they don't be wanting to come do all that over again. But then the prosecutors will be threatening them. Oh, if you don't come, you'll go to jail. And they ain't got nothing to do if the appellate judges overturned it. What? Who? Young Thug. That case is gonna be a mistrial. Them juries, first of all, them jury, the attorney said that at the beginning the juries was paying attention, but he said now they be falling asleep. They don't even be paying attention like that. It's too much. They're overwhelmed. And the sad thing is that attorney right. Them juries, they're going to be basing this case off of closing arguments, and that's not what you're supposed to do. It doesn't matter. They're not. How's they gonna be able to remember all that? Yeah, they supposed to take notes and stuff. But that's not. Trust me, it's too much. It's too much. It's too much bullshit. Blame Fannie Willis for wasting millions of dollars. And Trump told y'all, they thought that Trump. Now look, the Supreme Court said that they're not making their decision about Fannie Willis for 6 months. So guess what? Trump will still be able to run for president. See, they thought that the trial was going to interfere in the election. It's not, because the Supreme Court is not going to make their decision for 6 months. So he's still going to be able to run, because now the trial has to get pushed back. So Fannie Willis did all of that and become president. Guess what? He damn sure ain't going to jail.
I'm talking about Trump.
What did you say about Trump?
I said Trump was voted for last time. I did that cheating last time.
Oh, well, that's why he got this case, because they're trying to say he cheated. But I know one thing, Trump is playing chess and Fannie Willis and them playing checkers. Because guess what? They swore that this case was going to interfere in the presidential election. And now look, the Supreme Court said they won't be making their decision for 6 months. So that means that whole trial has to get pushed back. And if he gets elected for presidential election to be the president, that trial is a done deal. And most likely, if he becomes president, all his co-defendants, he's going to Trump is going to what's that called? He's going to pardon them. He's going to pardon all his co-defendants if he become president. When I heard the Supreme Court say, "Oh, we gonna make our decision in 6 months," I said, "Oh wow, that means that whole trial gonna get pushed back, so he still can run for president." Fannie Willis really dropped the ball, boy. She really dropped the ball. And now her colleagues is coming out about her. They said it's over 500 inmates in Fulton County sleeping on floors, and they've been in jail for 2 years, haven't been indicted. The guy talked about his son. He been in there for 5 years, never been indicted. Like that's crazy. And they said she spent all that money on chasing Trump and YSL. And they said the YSL thing is a personal matter over, I think the guy P that got unalived. I guess they trying to say she used to deal with him. Yeah. They said she used to deal with him. If y'all remember, she was a defense attorney. She used to represent a lot of the guys in the YSL case. So she definitely knew all of them personally.
She was hanging out with them. That's why T.I. can get evicted. And certain things she can't evicted for because that attorney.
And she got Miss Love and them up there. Basically, the lady arguing with the damn judge every damn day. Every time he make a ruling, she arguing back like, nope, we not accepting that. Like, this lady, I ain't never see nobody do that to no judge. That man don't got no control over his courtroom or nothing. Like, let's be serious. He argues with the defense every chance he gets, but he lets that lady just run off at the
Prosecuting Attorneys Qualifications Commission is evident due to the actions of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. My lawsuit against Fonnie Willis, Marvin Arrington, and the
This
Fulton
is
County
Representative Misha Maynard. They got the lawsuit against Fannie Willis.
involves repeated, unwanted
Listen to the
behavior,
stuff that they
causing
just say.
fear or distress. It's a serious issue affecting millions annually, with most victims knowing they're stalkers. The Netflix documentary, Can I Tell You a Secret,
Oh, I'm sorry
shed
to
light
hear that, man.
on this issue. Stalking behaviors include harassment, intimidation, and even violence. Despite its prevalence, misconceptions persist, hindering support for victims. Stalkers exploit various tactics, from relentless calls to spreading rumors. They often target former partners and engage in something called proxy stalking, which involves third parties. Victims endure emotional trauma, and the risk of violence is significant, especially with intimate partner stalkers. The failure to address stalking perpetuates the cycle of abuse, highlighting the importance of legal measures like the Prosecuting Attorneys Qualification Commission, or PAC.
Well, it's women stalking
It's crucial
too.
to support victims and hold accountable those who neglect their duties, ensuring justice for everyone.
Because they said that the
Stalking is
commissioner
repetitive.
also was stalking
Stalkers create a pattern of repeated and unwanted attention
one of her
and contact
boyfriends
towards
that
the
works with Fannie
person.
Willis.
It's an obsession I don't believe they themselves
She
even
used all the
realize.
money from the
Their
commissioner
focus is unrelenting
to stalk
towards
her,
the victim.
to
A
stalk
stalker harasses
guy.
and intimidates a person over and over without ceasing. Examples of stalking are showing up at someone's home or their job uninvited. If Fonnie Willis investigated my case, she would have spoken to my secretary at the Emory Healthcare, who would have shared with her, my stalker repeatedly came to my job to harass me. Repeatedly calling victims at unreasonable amount of times. It could be up to 50 times a day, but they'll make up excuses or lie as to why they had to call you 50 times.
And guess what?
Stalkers will cash
This
out
would
money.
make it really bad because she said that Fannie Willis only gave him a misdemeanor, right? And she said it's a lot of them that work in Fannie Willis' office that the guys that's stalkers and they not right. And she said, and they have control over a lot of women's personal information, because you know they can go right in the system with the code and get people addresses and yeah. She said it's a lot of them that work in Fannie Willis' office. That's basically, and from what I got off of it, like basically she's saying that they be doxing. Like if the woman ain't giving them their number, they go up in the system and just go get the woman's number or her address. Huh? Who?
I love Justin Bieber too.
You like Justin Bieber?
Yeah, they fuck him up.
You like Justin Bieber?
Yeah, I do.
Where did that just come from though? Like, but I'm saying, where did that just come from?
I like Justin Bieber. Justin Bieber made money for this, bro.
You must have was thinking about him, because like, where did that just come from?
I like Justin Bieber.
Well, back off. He's having a baby and he's getting married.
I had 2 babies.
He just got engaged.
No, he's been engaged for 4 years.
Nah, they just got engaged the other day.
No, they've been engaged since 2018.
No, he just put the ring on her finger the other day.
No, he's been that bitch since 2018.
Well, they took pictures of him on one knee, and he proposed, and she presented to him that she's pregnant, and she presented to the world that she's pregnant.
Yeah, what's her name?
I think they look good together, but Justin Bieber don't look like the same. He looked like he depressed, like he had a hard life. Like that industry really messes them kids up when they be young coming in the industry like that. It's crazy. Like, he literally looks old, like he in his 50s. And that's not cool. But they say that they think that they blame Usher, because you know Usher passed them off to Diddy. And his mom thought it was okay. And his mom thought it was okay for her. His mom thought it was okay for her 14-year-old son to spend 48 hours with Diddy. But that's what I'm saying. Like, stop blaming these other people. His mother gave Usher permission and said it was okay. Usher was his manager. The mom let Usher take full control. But when you ask Usher, hey, but when they ask Usher, hey, would you let your 13-year-old son go stay over Diddy's house? He straight was like, no. I know that. But you let somebody else's son go there. But you just admitted you wouldn't let your son go stay with Diddy. That's bad. That's bad. For you to not trust Diddy for your son to go there, that wasn't a good answer that he answered. Why would you not trust your 13-year-old son to go stay with Diddy? I'm talking about Usher saying no, he wouldn't let his son go stay with Diddy for 40 hours. That wasn't a good answer though. Because if Diddy's supposed to be like your big brother and nothing's supposed to be going on over there, and why would you not trust your kid around Diddy? That wasn't a good answer that he answered. But it wasn't a good response that he gave. If you just said you don't trust your 13-year-old son to spend 48 hours with Diddy, you basically saying you don't trust Diddy around a kid. Yeah, but that wasn't a good response that he gave, is what I'm saying. You basically saying you don't trust Diddy around kids.
Target former partners and engage in something called proxy stalking, which involves third parties. Victims endure emotional trauma, and the risk of violence is significant, especially with intimate partner stalkers. The failure to address stalking perpetuates the cycle of abuse, highlighting the importance of legal measures like the prosecuting attorney's qualification for hack. It's crucial to support victims and hold accountable those who neglect their duties, ensuring justice for everyone. Stalking is repetitive. Stalkers create a pattern of repeated unwanted attention and contact towards a person. It's an obsession I don't believe they themselves even realize. Their focus is unrelenting towards the victim. A stalker harasses and intimidates a person over and over without ceasing. Examples of stalking are showing up at someone's home or their job uninvited. If Bonnie Willis investigated my case, she would have spoken to my secretary at Emory Healthcare, who would have shared with her. My stalker repeatedly came to my job to harass me.
Billboards on every
repeatedly calling victims at unreasonable amount of times. It could be up to 50 times a day. But they'll make up excuses or lie as to why they had to call you 50 times. Stalkers will cash out you money unsolicited, and you have to block them from sending you money. Stalkers will repeatedly wait for you at your car and surprise you with the "I was just in the area." Stalkers will also call you from other people's numbers once you block them. Stalkers will leave threatening voicemails on your phone, vacillating between thoughts of undying love and hate if you do not call them back. They'll send you letters to their victim's job in an effort to try to get them fired. They will try to blackmail you. They file motions to appeal their restraining order because they truly believe they are not a stalker. Stalkers get other unknowing and knowing third parties to harass and intimidate you. Proxy stalking. Stalkers will stalk former spouses, friends, sexual partners, or people they sexually assaulted. They spread rumors about their victims, and they do everything they can to belittle and humiliate their victims. Once they realize they can't have you, disgust for their victims sets in, and they try to destroy the person's life. When people repeat rumors they heard from a stalker, they are unknowingly participating in stalking the victim. There are approximately 13.5 million victims of stalking in the United States every year, and I want to give you a few stats. 67% know the person stalking them. They aren't strangers, as most believe. 1 in 3 women and 1 in 6 men are stalked. 16% of transgender people, 9% know their stalker from work. 75% receive unwanted calls. 57% have their stalker show up unexpectedly. 52% are surveillance. 40% are targeted by intimate partners. They threaten to share intimate images of their victims. 74% of former intimate stalkers report violence. 1 in 5 use weapons to threaten or harm their victims. It increases for intimate partners by 3-fold to make it a fatality. 22% of them will post inappropriate things and personal information of their victims online. Some common misconceptions: they're strangers. They're not. They will eventually stop. If you ignore it, they will stop. Online stalking is not as bad as physical stalking. For those listening, there's a 24/7 National Domestic Violence Hotline, which is 1-800-799-SAFE or 7233. There's also a 24/7 National Sexual Assault Hotline, 1-800-656-HOPE. Victims of domestic violence and stalking deserve to be heard, especially when faced with reluctance from authorities like the District Attorney, Fani Willis. The fear and anxiety victims endure are compounded by the constant vigilance required to protect themselves. In my own experience seeking justice from Fulton County DA Fani Willis, I discovered concerning actions that were brought to my attention from an investigative reporter. It revealed collusions between my stalker, aided by Fulton County Commissioner Marvin Arrington, who also served as my stalker's personal attorney. This conflict of interest is alarming, as it compromises the very justice system meant to protect victims. Despite presenting numerous witnesses, DA Willis did not interview one single witness. Over 20 were presented, including my pastor after he joined my church. This pattern of neglect and misconduct persisted, violating my rights under Marcy's Law after she offered a plea deal without consenting me. The passage of the Prosecuting Attorney's Qualification Commission is a vital step towards accountability, providing recourse for citizens failed by the system. Fulton County Commissioner Marvin Arrington chose to take a stalking case against a state representative, all while he oversees and appropriates funds to the DA's office. As a criminal defense attorney, Fulton Commissioner Marvin Arrington defends his clients in the same courtroom he appropriates and has unlimited access to the judges. DA Willis is charged to represent victims in Fulton County, the very people Commissioner Arrington's private clients seek to dismiss claims against. 2 attorneys, family friends, law school classmates, opposing each other, with one having the authority to chop up charges to benefit the other, and one with the authority to vehemently advocate for funding. A perfect storm for an unknowing victim. During jail calls, Commissioner Arrington and my stalker plotted various actions, including manipulating judges, leveraging political influence, and conversations that were had between Commissioner Arrington with Fani Willis before she was even sworn into office about my case. Commissioner Arrington discusses getting favors from the chief jailer of the Fulton County Jail on behalf of my stalker. and the criminal behavior of other elected officials, past and present, is discussed on these jail calls. Despite presenting numerous witnesses, DA Willis contacted no one. DA Willis and ADA Yolanda Mack admitted awareness of judges favoring Commissioner Arrington. She never fought for me as a victim, a Fulton County resident. She was always in the pocket of the commissioner and retaliated against me after I contacted the U.S. Department of Justice Office of Violence Against Women, because DA Willis repeatedly allowed my stalker to be released on bond for non-bondable crimes and failed to notify me of court proceedings repeatedly. She never mentioned to the court her conflict of interest and that she was discussing my case with her close family friend and my stalker's attorney, Commissioner Marvin Arrington, before she was even sworn into office. The Georgia Democrat Party's decision to grant a convicted felon previously jailed for 1 year for aggravated stalking, allowing him access to voter data poses a serious risk to every Fulton woman. Campaign software driven by GPS data exposes private information of registered voters without considering the implications of allowing unqualified individuals on the ballot. Today, accountability is paramount, especially with the Fulton County DA failing to assist citizens affected by domestic violence, stalking, or unjust incarceration. The establishment of PAC offers a crucial avenue of justice, addressing challenges faced by non-legal professionals in navigating complaints against misconduct. Recent legislative changes led by Commissioner Bob Ellis ensures that offices funded by Fulton County adhere to ethical standards, safeguarding the rights of citizens. The communities I represent are disproportionately affected by DA Willis's office, particularly those with underperforming schools. Despite laws mandating timely indictments, many languish in jail for months without resolution. Fulton County's jail stay average is 291 days. The national average is 30. 37% of inmates are unindicted in the jail. 3 people unindicted have sat in the jail longer than 2 years. This prolonged detention, often in overcrowded conditions, reflects a failure of justice and basic human rights. It's imperative that the legal system upholds its duty to prosecute promptly or release detainees. Each person in the jail is someone's child, parent, sibling, or loved one. The Georgia General Assembly set clear guidelines for DA Willis, requiring her to indict individuals in custody within 90 days. Those arrested without bond must have their case presented to the grand jury within the same time frame. There are no exceptions to this law. If individuals have been incarcerated for over 90 days, while the DA takes extended vacations with her special prosecutor, it's a direct insult to Fulton County families and those in jail. Consider this: sleeping on the floor for 2 years without facing a judge is not justice. It's a glaring example of inhumane neglect, which the law is designed to rectify, either prosecute or release. The ACLU reported 503 unindicted inmates that were incarcerated at least 90 days. 447 were sleeping on the floor. DA Willis is required to notify a judge if a person remains in jail on felony charges without indictment for more than 45 days. Sheriff Labatt faces a significant challenge with his colleague neglecting her duties, leaving him to manage an overcrowded jail. If DA Willis addressed the backlog as requested, lives could have been saved. Everyone deserves justice. By the end of 2023, 90% of the people in custody were Black. This is not a time to give awards to people for failing to do their job. The Georgia General Assembly enacted a law mandating bail amounts to reflect a defendant's income. Excessive bonds can be rectified swiftly under these laws. Mismanagement in the DA's office shouldn't jeopardize someone's livelihood. Before I go to the next speaker, I want to say one last thing. DA Willis, backed by Commissioner Arrington, has spent millions prosecuting 2 celebrities. This allocation of funds adversely impacts the residents I represent. Standing up against political figures like Arrington and Willis is daunting. Living in a system that feels broken and corrupt and facing retaliation for protecting my family is disheartening. Yet I am supported by brave individuals that were not scared to stand next to me. There are also many brave individuals that have been contacting me about their stories. To those listening, don't hesitate to share your story. You have a community of supporters that will assist you. If you've been victimized by Commissioner Arrington or DA Willis, contact my office. Remember, victims should never blame themselves for things beyond their control. There's no excuse for anyone to violate, harass, intimidate, or stalk you. Trust your instincts and take steps to protect yourself. I'm going to have L.A. Pink from the Street Groomers come and speak.
Good evening, everyone. I am L.A. Pink. I am the president and first lady of Street Groomers. I stand here today in honor of our state representative, Misha Maynor. I hate that she has to endure the things that she has had to endure. But we've been talking about this for years, the abandonment that Funny Willis have left in Fulton County, the abandonment that she have left to the families that have lost their loved ones, to the jail, to the streets, and the police brutality, are just the things that are going on in our system. We have Nigel Collins. We have Jamarian Robinson. We have Kane Rogers. We have Jimmy Atchison. These cases are indicted cases that have been left undone. Money that have been gathered from our commissioners to attack these situations that have not been addressed yet. We have a young man that have been in jail for 5 years, waiting for just a trial, waiting to see a judge, and have not yet seen a judge. There are so many things that she can be doing instead of chasing Trump and chasing after the YSL case. A case with the YSL that we feel that is more of a love affair and a retaliation of someone that's in the indictment. So today we stand here because enough is enough.
My district is somewhat big. I wanted to get some leaders from all sides. I'm going to have Mr. Mike Roberts come up and speak.
Good morning. My name is Mike Russell. I'm a resident here in Atlanta, and I stand this morning humbled and proud to be with Representative Maynor and L.A. Pink. These are two very strong, courageous women that do everything in their power to help those who are less fortunate, those who feel powerless in our county and in our city. L.A. Pink, for those of you who don't know her, she fights every day for the homeless, for the victims of our society. She feeds them out of her own pocket. Representative Maynard has done nothing but reach out and try to help everybody in our community, starting with the youngest amongst us. And I am appalled at what's happening in our community today. And it is time to end the cult of corruption here in Fulton County, starting with DA Fani Willis. She has done everything for everybody else except for the people of Fulton County. Why is she in New York and D.C. raising funds to be reelected as the DA in Fulton County? I've had victims come to me. I'm not a public official, but they know that I will stand up for them. I've had victims come to me, a family, a mother and a daughter, whose loved one was murdered over a year ago. Their trial of the perpetrator keeps being delayed because Fani Willis says she has more important things to do. What is more important than a murder trial? And this guy is out on bail with an ankle bracelet, and he's a previously convicted felon. Just this week, I had a businessman who had $30,000 stolen from him. The perpetrator, a known felon, had a large screen, flat screen television delivered to her residence. Atlanta Police Department did the investigation, handed the evidence to Fani Willis' office. Without contacting the victim, she dismissed the case. And then you have the overcrowding in the jail because she fails to prosecute when we have people there up to 5 years who have not seen a judge in a jail that's being mismanaged by Sheriff Labatt. The culture of corruption needs to end. And they're all together. Sheriff Labatt, Fani Willis, Marvin Arrington, Natalie Hall. You see one, you see them all. And every one of them have violated the trust of the public. Natalie Hall cost us $1 million stalking a victim. She was not charged by Fani Willis, her friend. Let me say that again for those of you who don't know. Commissioner Hall cost the taxpayers of Fulton County $1 million because she stalked her victim that worked for her, planted tracking devices in his vehicle. She was not prosecuted by our DA, Fani Willis. Why? This corruption in Fulton County needs to end, and our lawmakers need to take them and hold them to account. And I'm hoping that the voters of Fulton County are paying attention and will vote for a clean slate of candidates and stop this cult of corruption in our county.
I have two more individuals that have been personally impacted.
My name is Joel Watley. My last name is W-H-A-T-L-E-Y. I'm the father of Casey Watley, who's been incarcerated in Fulton County Jail for 5 years now. And as we're starting to see, there's a pattern of corruption within the district attorney's office. My son, like I say, has been incarcerated 5 years. The attorney he had was a current, a prior district attorney who had worked with Fani Willis previously. They came back and stated that they found evidence in my son's case after there was no evidence. They came back and said they found evidence and they had found fingerprints. Well, it came to find out in court that that was a lie. They said a second testing had been done and my son's fingerprints were found on the scene, and that was a lie. The attorney, Darrell Korn, tried to get my son to take a 20-year plea deal by falsifying evidence. And as you can see, corruption is just running rampant within Fulton County Jail. It's time for something to be done, man. We got to do something. Y'all allowing these kids to be locked up, knowing that lady is corrupt. She spent the money that was meant to help the kids, and then she RICO'd them. She RICO'd all the young people after she spent the money that was meant to help them, to create a safe environment for them not to have to be out here in these gangs. Now let's ask her what she did with that money. It's time to do something to clean up Fulton County. We're not talking about tomorrow. We need to start today. You got over 800 people in that jail who shouldn't be there, haven't been indicted. They won't take them to trial. How is that justice? And you know what the crazy thing is? Fulton County sit back and watch it.
Good morning. My name is J. Wesley Day. That's J-E apostrophe space Wesley, W-E-S-L-E-Y, Day, D-A-Y, David Apple Yellow. I want to first give an honor to God who's head of my life, and I want to thank you, Representative Maynard, for giving me the courage to tell my story. In 2018, I was beaten in a hate crime. They called me homophobic slurs, fags, sissies, and I videotaped my assailants. You would think that it would be an open, shut case, but instead, the criminal justice system here in Fulton County vilified me. They first charged me with the fray. Then they upgraded that to a felony. As a result, I lost my job with Delta Airlines because I reported to Delta that I had a pending misdemeanor. Delta was the one who came and told me that I had a pending felony. As a result, fast forward nearly 6 years later, none of my
Sorry, y'all. I put the new calling number in the chat because the other one clicked off. So that was Misha Maynard. She's the state representative of Georgia, and now she has a lawsuit against Fannie Willis. And did y'all hear that lady say that she only went after YSL for money? Yeah, I wanted y'all to hear this story because I don't know if y'all ever heard about the S-Boys.
As they're getting off the train, as the sheriff's folks are there, the white guys get off, the black guys get off, and then two white women get off. And the townsfolk are looking around.
Love Unconditional. Did you see the interview?
And the white women, because you got black guys and white women in Alabama.
Or I mean, how many of y'all didn't see it? If y'all didn't see it, I'll play it for y'all.
It's like, whoa. And the women, Victoria Price and Ruby Bates, yell rape and say that these 9 black teenagers raped them.
Yeah, I put the new number in the thing because the other one clicked on.
Took the 9 kids, hauled them in jail. There was a one-day trial.
So y'all
for
can just
these
say
9
it.
kids that range from the age of like 12 or 13 to 17, known as the Scottsboro Boys. In this trial, Victoria Price described the horrific rape.
Okay. Yeah, because some of y'all didn't see the interview. I'll play a couple clips of it.
Who had examined these women said, there's no evidence of rape here. But that didn't stop the jury. The doctor now didn't testify that there was no evidence of rape. But it was very clear that he knew there was no evidence of rape. And he had told folks there was no evidence of rape. These 9 black teenagers were convicted. And rape was an executable offense.
This is so
in the
funny.
1930s.
In 1930s.
And so in a one-day trial, 8 of them were sentenced to die in the electric chair.
Crazy. And they never even raped nobody.
The youngest was sentenced to life imprisonment in an Alabama prison.
Ugh.
Now, there are multiple problems with that story. One, Ruby Bates, one of the women who had yelled rape, recanted, said it didn't happen. Now, let me tell you what really happened here. We're prostitutes. And the Mann Act, the Federal Mann Act, says that we were afraid of getting, because you can't cross state lines for immoral purposes. And since we crossed over out of Tennessee into Alabama, we were afraid that we might get brought up on federal charges. So we were just trying to protect ourselves. And so we just said, rape. Another part of the problem was that first the Communist Party's legal wing hopped in there and took this case up to the Supreme Court to try to protect the Scottsboro boys. Then the NAACP hopped in it. But a major Supreme Court decision was the Powell v. Alabama decision that came after this. Because think about this. You're on trial for your very life for a crime that never happened. Your court-appointed attorneys, one is the town drunk. I believe at the time he may have had a blood alcohol level of 0.2. I mean, lit. The other attorney in a capital case is probably in about the 4th stages of senility. So one of your attorneys is senile, looking for butterflies, and the other one is drunk, seeing butterflies. Now, the Supreme Court, even the Supreme Court in the 1930s went, really? No, come on. Come on. This is just too much even for us. And they remanded the case. They kicked the case back down. You got to try these fellas again. Well, what happens now that they've got a real legal team is that they began to construct the train and found out that many of the Scottsboro boys weren't even in the same car as the women. So how can a rape happen if the guys aren't in that car? They were convicted once again. Case goes back up to the Supreme Court. By the time there were so many egregious constitutional errors in this case that by the time the Scottsboro case is done, and eventually they start getting let out one by one by one by one, it took first 18 years for the last one. Imagine being in prison, in an Alabama prison. You are 17. You get out when you're 35 for a crime that never happened. A crime where one of the women has recanted. A crime where the evidence demonstrates that you couldn't have done this thing. This would be called an egregious wrong. You also had several who had escaped. Imagine trying to escape from an Alabama chain gang. But they managed to get out. Michigan refused. The Alabama tracked one down up into Michigan. Michigan refused. Think about this. A state refusing to extradite a convicted felon back to Alabama because Michigan looked at it and said, this is wrong. This is just wrong. The last one was pardoned by Governor George Wallace sometime, I believe, in the 1980s. So imagine again, basically living in the shadows for almost 40, 50 years.
Oh, he was on a run.
Because of something that never happened. The charge of rape. And Scottsboro speaks to so much in the criminal justice system. But what you also get in this is a series of Supreme Court decisions dealing with the right to competent counsel. Thank God. And the right to have a jury that is really truly a jury of your peers. Now, that is some amazing jurisprudence that is coming out of this case of horrific, egregious, unjust, justifiable. I have no more words for what happened at Scottsboro, but an egregious wrong that, in my eyes, has never been righted.
Dr. Sarah Wecht is a renowned
9 boys. That's them up there, y'all. The picture. The Scotch boys. All 9, all black. And like she said, imagine you doing 30, 35 years, something you never did. And when they went back to check the train, it wasn't even no way that they were could have R-worded nobody, because they wasn't even on the same cart, the same train cart as the females. So the females didn't want to get caught with the Man Act thing, and because they were going across state lines, so instead they claimed they went across state lines because they was R-worded by the black guys. Crazy. And they literally made a law, which they charged Robert with, the boxer who took his girlfriend across state lines. And he was the first person that was charged with the Mann Act. And I don't think nobody understands how racist that law is. Like, why is a black man being charged for taking a white woman across state lines? Why is that a problem? I don't think nobody paid attention to the fact that I don't think that the law was put in place because the black man was hurting her or he was R-wording her. No, I think it was put in place for that reason of why they convicted him. They didn't want no black man traveling with no white woman at that time. And if you were, it could have been your girlfriend, your soulmate. How the heck is you getting a Mann Act charge for taking a Caucasian woman across state lines? That could be your girlfriend, that could be somebody you're dating, but for a law to be put in place that if a black man was caught across state lines with a Caucasian woman, that was a crime, is crazy. And for them to come back and charge Robert, and the only person who snuck her behind across state lines because she claimed she was 18 was Azriel. Faith Rogers traveled to New York with her sister. Like Greenberg said, who is the real enablers? Because Faith Rogers came there with her sister, who's all hugged up with Robert in the pictures, and claimed that her and Robert had sex. I think behind the stage or in the VIP, something like that. But at that time, Faith and him was together. So that's where I think the Mann Act charge come in regarding her. Because I know a lot of people was like, wait a minute, how did he get a Mann Act with Faith? Yeah, they claimed that when she traveled to New York to the concert to see him, I don't know, she claimed that Robert and her had sex backstage. But like Greenberg said, she traveled there with her sister. So, who's the real enabler? Like, this man didn't go pick none of these women up. He didn't go snatch them out their bedroom and was in the window stalking while they sleep and had somebody rip them up out the bed. He didn't do none of that. That's what really bothers me. Like, all of these people literally came for him. All of these people literally stalked him. I let y'all hear the audio when Ashanti McGee said how they was traveling to Robert's concerts when she was messing with the guy that was at the press conference with her and Tim Savage, the 25-year-old guy that broke up with her that was talking to her daughter on the audio. But it was him, Ashanti McGee, and Jonjolin. And Ashanti McGee said the only reason she was going to the traveling to go to the concert and Robert was having a meet and greet for Jonjolin. Joycelyn wasn't around. She didn't call no cops and say, oh, my daughter is stuck in that closet. Oh, my daughter's stuck backstage. No. Jonjolin traveled with Ashanti McGee to stalk Robert and then caught up with him at the meet and greet. So if this man has your daughter kidnapped and he's abusing your daughter, why are you following him to different cities and states to meet up with him at the meet and greet? And Ashanti said she was outside for the most part while Jonjolyn was inside busting it up with Robert. Tim Savage wasn't there. When Alice Clary went to Chicago for 2 days in February of 2016 after Azriel supposedly turned 18 that December. Her mom flew out to Chicago 2 months later. She graduated that May. The brother flew out that April. But why didn't Angelo fly out with his wife for them 2 days? But she lied on Gayle King and said, oh, me and my husband, we flew out to Chicago and we had a personal meeting with Robert face to face. She's a goddamn lie. She even lied and said that she asked Robert to his face, did you really do that to Aaliyah? Did you really do that stuff on the tape and stuff? And then she said, she told him, take your glasses off. Look me in my eyes. All that is lies. They ain't had no personal sit-down meeting with this man because Robert said in the text messages he didn't even know Azriel could sing. He thought she liked him, he liked her, and they exchanged numbers. So that debunks Angelo lying behind saying that his daughter sang to Robert at the concert. How did she sing to him when days later he's saying in the text message he didn't even know she could sing when she asked him, can I sing for you? This was after they attended the first concert. So if she sung for him at the concert, why is he saying in the text message days later, oh, I didn't know you could sing, but all right, that's cool. When you come see me, you can sing. He would have said, oh, yeah, I'll listen to you sing again because, yeah, you sang for me at the concert. Lies. That's why they didn't approach him that way about singing and all that, because they didn't want Robert to think that they was using him just to try to get in the industry. So I knew they was lying when they said she sang for him and he said she sounded like Whitney Houston and all that. That's bullcrap. Because if they would have approached him from the door with the singing thing and all that, he would have automatically knew from the rip, oh, they trying to use me to get in the industry. You know how many females and men and families tried that role to try to get through the door and use him? He ain't dumb. So I knew that they didn't from the gate go at him like that. I knew they didn't. They made it seem like Azriel was of age and that she really liked them. That's why he said what he said about Joycelyn. I didn't go looking for Jocelyn Savage. She came to my show and her father told my friend, make sure you put my daughter on the stage and make sure she's on the stage near Rkelly. And then left his daughters, Joycelyn and her sister, which her sister was 15 years old at that time, and told them that they were nowhere near home. Don't go home, but we'll come and pick you up in the morning. 6 o'clock in the morning. So they just automatically assumed that KG, Robert's tour manager, was going to, I guess, find their daughter somewhere to sleep or whatever, because the venue was closing. Where was they supposed to sleep at? And that's why I think that they was trying to frame either KG or Robert then with the middle daughter. And when it didn't work, and they seen that Robert and Joycelyn had some words and was talking, exchanged numbers, they was like, oops, bingo, we'll try to get through the door this way. But I think that that sister that was 15, I think that they was trying to frame Robert and his tour manager then. Because why would you send your 15-year-old daughter to the concert? I don't care if she's with her sister and Joycelyn's 18 or not. Y'all as parents, one of y'all should have been there. But nobody speaks about that. They so interested in their daughters' careers and are we with them 24/7? Why would you leave your daughters with this man. KG is a stranger. And then when he called them, when the show was over, they had a nerve not to answer his phone calls, but answered the phone for Joycelyn. Oh, don't go home. We're nowhere near home. We're still out, but we're definitely coming to get y'all around 6 in the morning. So he automatically assumed that KG was going to find somewhere for their daughters to sleep. Because I really think what they thought, KG was supposed to take them to his house. Like, that's crazy. And then for you not to answer that man's phone calls, and he is responsible for your daughters because you dropped them off here. They didn't have to go through the regular box office and buy tickets where you got to show ID and all that. That's why they made sure they went through KG. Because the little sister wouldn't have got in that concert. And and she definitely shouldn't have been up on that stage. Because Robert was promoting his Black Panty tour. Why is it a 15-year-old here and there's a lot of sexual split songs being sung and black hipsters and black thong panties and black boy short Victoria's Secret panties are being passed all around? Why is this 15-year-old here? But he talks about the Clarys passing their daughter off to Robert, and she was in effing high school. Why was your 15-year-old daughter hanging around at Robert concerts and in VIP and all? Why? Because I think that they was going to try to frame Robert with her, the other sister first. And when that didn't work, on to the next. But I don't know why people don't pay that no attention. They was never going to just approach Robert and, oh, you want to hear me sing? No, because they knew that was the first thing he was going to think. Like, oh, what, they trying to use me? So why would they just go blunt right in, talking about singing and all that? And that's why Azriel and Joycelyn said at that interview with Gayle King that they didn't want to sing. That was their parents' dreams for them. Because they didn't want Robert to think that they was using him just to get in the door because they sing. So they made sure they fixed that narrative real quick. It's like, that's our parents, not us. We don't want to sing. Yup. It was, Love Unconditional. It was Tim, his co-worker. Yep. Because he said around that time Tim was losing his job. And if y'all remember, a lot of stuff was going on with them around that time. That's when he was all telling all their business to Tasha K and Angelo that him and Jonathan was taking perks. And that he couldn't afford to keep buying the perks and stuff. That's when he was telling Cash all their business that she couldn't have kids no more. And that's when Angelo started telling all Tim business that the reason why Tim stays with Jonathan because her family is the one with the money. And that's how he was able to purchase that $1 million home. That Jonathan's dad is the one with the money. And Angelo claimed that's why Tim Savage sticks around with Jonathan. But he went to jail in 2019 for beating on his wife. She went to jail in 2019 for DUI. Then everybody popped up with PPP loans. In 2021, I think, was the end of 2020 and beginning of 2021. But nobody had these businesses that they claimed. Nobody. Azriel literally said she had a studio and she had artists. Her mom literally said she had a medical facility. Her mom literally said she had a medical facility. And I don't know if y'all remember, but I still got the receipts when Azriel was still staying at Robert's house, staying at Robert's, while her brother was online writing Drake's manager, talking about, oh, we know y'all about y'all business. We don't got lots of money, but the only thing my sister's going through a real depressed time right now. The only thing that'll make her want to live is if she meet Drake. I know y'all about your money, but we got something. We can give up something if you can help us out. And literally told Drake's manager that she was going through a depression, and the only reason that she'll want to live is if she meet Drake. Her dad was under Timbaland's post every other day. Oh, you need to look into the young girl Azriel Clary. She sings better. She's better than Aaliyah. She just was with the wrong team. But if you want to really make, you should invest in Azriel Clary. They was out here trying to pin her on another celebrity while she still was with Robert. Well, still standing to Trump. But they was trying to put things in place before she leaves the Trump fully. They was already trying to put her in and even when, oh, I think I got that video when she was doing all the performances and he wanted to say, oh, we spent a lot of money in our daughter's career. No, her dad worked for Christy Lights, the lighting company. I read y'all the receipts and all the different artists that they work with and all the venues that they work with in Vegas. And they work with the Emmys. The Emmy Awards? Yes, Christy Lights did the lighting for the Emmys. So a lot of them shows that Angelo's daughter was performing at, that he trying to make it seem like, oh, they spent so much money in her career. No, he was getting her able to perform at the little talent shows and stuff because he worked for Christy Lights. He had the back page. He had the back the passes. They got him up in there. Oh. Natasha, what the heck are you talking about, girl?
I do know something.
You said it's echoing, Ashley?
Witness.
Then you can't bring the video in.
And why are you trying to play the video? Your Honor, the video is evidence. One, it's relevant. The video itself, or the
Parties of whom?
The parties being Mr. Williams and Mr. Carter.
They're grasping at straws trying to connect Thug to this. Obviously, Wayne and Thug had a little bit of a beef back then, but that does not mean Thug sent people to shoot up his bus. Thug was in a different state. There's no real solid evidence of any of this.
It's a compilation video of a number of things put together by DJ Academics.
A DJ Academics video? What?
Found not only this, but other similar videos that don't contain DJ Academics breakdown what the relationship is. Because the rest of it is DJ Academics breakdown of what the relationship is, and the rest of it contains self-serving statements, I would argue, by defendant Jeffrey Williams that were not shot at the same time were shot. A person who was posting on social media.
She literally laughed.
Chronicling a blogger of sorts that was chronicling the relationship.
Like, why are you laughing about you taking a blogger's commentary on a supposed beef with Lil Wayne and Thug, and this is the best you could do? That you had to go on YouTube and watch YouTubers' content? And you trying to bring that in as evidence? And this is why I'm telling y'all, be careful. A lot of these bloggers is complicit. That cop got on the stand and said that he had a fake social media account just to follow Thug and all them on Instagram and to watch they channels in the comments and all that. So when everybody be talking about real life trolls, yeah, real life agents and cops behind these channels. And it's obvious they're working with bloggers. And they bringing a blogger's opinion, their commentary, in as evidence for a RICO case. That shows you how much they have nothing to think that academic is credible. The boy ain't never lived one day in the trenches of the hood. He just a schoolboy sitting home behind a computer and made a big platform off of Chicago drill beef. That's how he grew his platform. This is how this man made millions of dollars off of talking about the drill beef in Chicago. Look at Vlad TV. Look at Adam 22. They zeroed in on the black culture and made millions off of us. Millions. And Vlad and Adam 22, they paid people for their interviews. Yeah, they sure do. But our people, like Tasha K claims, oh, I don't pay nobody for interviews. Nope, everybody come on my show, they voluntarily come. I don't pay nobody for my interviews. While Vlad, Adam 22, and I think PBD podcast, they paying the big bucks. Because they making millions off of the content. Crazy. People not even making millions off their own stories. But they go sit at No Jumper or Vlad TV. And they're literally sitting, making millions off of the content. Off of your content. So that's why they don't have no problem paying people $3,500 and $5,000 for an interview. Like it ain't nothing. But our people will brag about, oh, I don't pay for interviews. I don't give nobody nothing. Well, that's why the Caucasians is bringing in millions and millions of views, and while our people, who people call traitors, and Monique say, oh, I can't believe how our people just keep going to that guy, because he's paying. Our people will go support our own, and you won't even get a hotel stay. The most they might do is pay for your transportation, your flight. And from what I was told, real journalists not supposed to pay for interviews, because then the interviewee could be complicit, or they could be lying, telling you anything, because now they know, money involved. So that's why a lot of journalists say that they don't pay, because they want like a raw, uncut interview. But again, when I watch Vlad and Adam 22, it looked like them stories be real to me, Because every time a person go on Vlad TV, it seemed like right after that they go to Rolling Loud, they getting arrested. Right after leaving Vlad TV, somebody getting shot. Remember the guy that unalived that guy that broke in his house and stuff? And Vlad did an interview with him, and the boy up there bragging on Vlad platform how he unalived that guy and that he would do it again. And Vlad said he'd been through a similar situation where a person tried to rob him and he had to, do what he got to do. So he was infatuated with hearing this young boy story about how he unalived this guy. But it's a family out here who was grieving that young boy. Regardless, that young boy was right or wrong, it was still a family out here that was grieving him. He still had a mom, a dad, a sister, a brother, a cousin, an uncle. But Vlad brings the boy up on his platform that unalived this guy not even a week prior. And all Vlad is zeroing in on, well, how did you shoot him? Okay, and what he did when you shot him? Oh, did you shoot him again? Like, literally was just like playing in the family's face. And do y'all know what happened when that boy left Vlad's interview? He got unalived that evening. That evening, that boy got unalived. Crazy, right? Just like Vlad wanted to brag about he solved the Tupac case. And that the feds came in because of his interview with Keefy D. And I kind of believe him a little bit. Even though Keefy D already had wrote the book and everything else. But when you watch how Vlad does his interviews and the questions that he asks these people. Oh, well, were you selling drugs? Oh, what kind of drugs you selling? Oh, bricks? Oh, well, where y'all was stashing the bricks at? Oh, well, how many it was of y'all? Oh, well, where did they ship the bricks to y'all? Or did y'all bring them back on a plane? I mean, he asks the most craziest questions. And everybody answers it. I only seen a few OGs that he did interviews with from BMF. And he was like going in about, how they was selling drugs and all. And they the only ones who I seen like cut them off like, go read my book. Or, you already know the answer. You said you read my book. I ain't got to give you the answer. And that's because they OGs, they smart. They knew that Vlad was trying to get them to say certain things while he was interviewing them. Hey, Thelma. Nope. I don't know why nobody ever says that. None of these females went and worked with no female artists. No female engineers. No female producers. They all took their daughters around nothing but men. What'd that tell you? They wanted their daughters to use their bodies to get what they wanted. That's why Robert said, what kind of parent sells their daughter to a man? The night of her graduation, they at IHOP. Angelo and Alice is outside at the car with Robert, trying to get him in the dildo business. The mom begging, can she be his driver? The dad begging, can he do the lighting at his concerts and stuff? While Azriel got to sit there and look at her parents begging her supposed to be man for a job, begging them to get into business with him. So how the hell can they take care of her and they begging that man for money? You know how embarrassing it was? That she had to watch her father begging this man for a job. She had to watch her father begging this man for a job while his wife, her mother, is also begging for a job. You know damn well he can't take care of his wife if he begging him for something. You know he can't take care of Azriel. So what else was he giving Robert? That's why Robert said what kind of parent sells their daughter. Because you want all this from him. You ask him for a job. You ask him to get in the dildo business. You ask him this. What are you giving him? Their daughter. No, they didn't say like, oh, here, we're selling our daughter to you. But common sense is common sense. Why would you feel like Robert owes you to give you a job? Why would you feel like he just take your daughter and just take care of her and put a roof over her head, food in her mouth? No. Well, he just nice, so he just doing this? No. They gave their daughter to him in exchange for jobs, music, hopefully that she become a star, hopefully that they get some exposure from this, hopefully they can work for him and get some money, and in exchange, we're giving you our daughter. Period. Because other than that, why would they feel a need that he should do business with them? He should get them a job. What are they giving him? Come on, y'all, we got common sense. Why did they feel the need that Robert was supposed to be buying her toiletries, pads, tampons, toothpaste, toothbrush? They never sent that girl with an overnight bag, clothes. They never called Robert up like, hey, I'm sending a little $700-800. You know, you've been taking care of my daughter all summer, this, that, and third. No. When it was time for homeschool, do you think that they purchased her a laptop and all that? Hell no. Robert did. Why did they feel like he was obligated to do those things, y'all? They never even sent this girl with toiletries. Automatically assumed he's supposed to do these things. And the only way you're going to feel that way is if you feel like you gave them something. And it was their daughter. Sad. And you know what's really sad about it? How they try to make it seem like Robert is a pedo and all this, that, and third, right? The real sad part is how those parents, and Robert wasn't real, R-word, like these sick individuals out here. They didn't care who they give their daughter up to. That's the sad part. That's the sad part. The real individuals out here kidnapping females and tying them up in their basement and everything else. Her parents wouldn't even care. She could have been somewhere tied up in a basement somewhere. Her mom literally said outside of after the graduation when they was at IHOP, and I showed y'all those receipts when she told her, oh, you better go do what you gotta do. You grown. You better get out here before I punch you in your mouth. You better go do what you gotta do. Her mom ain't want her coming back living in Florida with her. That's why she told her, you grown, you better do what you gotta do, meaning you going back with Robert. This is the evening of her graduation. And the mom didn't even let the daughter stay at home or spend time with her daughter for at least 48 hours. No, she sent her right back with Robert. The evening of her graduation. Ain't get her a balloon, a card, nothing. No congratulations. Soon as Robert pulled up, they running outside begging this man for jobs. That's why Angelo lied and said, oh no, when I talked to him about a business deal, we did that over an email, trying to make it seem like he did it the professional way. No. And Azriel wasn't there. He lied about that because he didn't want people to know that, yes, they knew she was with Robert. Yes, they were okay with her being with Robert. Yes, the night that they were all begging him for all that stuff outside the car, outside of IHOP, yes, she went back to Chicago with Robert. They didn't want the public to know that, because then the public would have said, well, wait a minute, if y'all was outside the IHOP with him at her graduation, then that means in May of 2016, y'all knew where she was at. Y'all knew she was with Robert. Y'all was cool with it. So that's why he said, no, I asked him about this business deal through email. Lies. Lies. And that's the sick part for me. Because if Robert was a sick person, or the real R word, they wouldn't care if their daughter was suffering. So just imagine their granddaughters or something, the next man that they might push the granddaughters off on. That's the part that scares me. That these people are grandparents or about to be.
Again, this is how you can see all the weird, shady stuff going on in Hollywood and how closely connected Hollywood is with our federal government, as we're always pointing out. That's how Hollywood's always giving us the predictive programming of what's to come next. And don't forget, one more time, when Obama was in office, Janet Napolitano stepped down from the head of DHS in 2013, and her exiting speech said, the next 9/11's not if, but when, and there'll be the national power grid going down from a cyber attack. Exactly what the plot of this film is.
So this movie comes out on Netflix. Have you heard about it? It's called Leave the World Behind. It seems like everyone and their mother is talking about this movie on TikTok right now, so you know I'm going to also, okay? I'm going to give it to you raw, just how you like it, so here we go. All right, this movie was interesting. If They Had Us in the First Half was a movie, this would be it. The movie itself wasn't bad. Yeah, sure, there was some pacing issues, made it kind of slow in certain scenes, but overall, the movie did a pretty good job of creating just enough anxiety to keep you interested to wonder what the hell is going on, okay? And then the ending happened. Look, I'm not going to get into the specifics of the ending to avoid any spoilers for any of you who haven't seen it just yet. Just know you're either going to love it or you're going to hate it. But what was going on with all the weird, all too familiar symbolism going on in that movie? Look, when it comes to apocalyptic type scenarios in movies, you always kind of watch them with this anxiety easing thought of, well, it's just a movie. Yeah, this one though felt a little too real. This movie paints a pretty painfully realistic viewpoint of what shit would be like in the event of a complete and total power blackout in the United States. But even deeper than that, you have this almost weird, in-your-face type of description as to what caused the situations that the characters are in. And bro, it honestly feels like they were reading from a page out of our government's handbook. A handbook that's entitled How to Take Total Control 101. Not to mention some of the subtle little depressing Easter eggs that are in the movie, such as the girl wearing a NASA shirt, the boy wearing a shirt that says obey, the fact that there is a direct reference to how completely useless most people are today, and how they'd be completely inept to handle any type of apocalyptic scenario. Oh, and get ready for this one. Barack and Michelle Obama were the producers of the movie. Like, fucking what? Can someone please explain to me why a former US president and first lady produced a movie in which there is one scene in particular where a main character describes, and very scarily could easily happen in today's times detail, about how the government could have created the situation that they were in, okay? Something just seems very, very odd about that. I watched that movie with my parents, and on multiple occasions throughout the movie, I kept turning to them saying, hey, you know what? This is what it would probably be like if there was actually a power outage, or hey, this is what it would be like if the government really wanted to take over. And then I wake up and find out that one of the dudes who had access to all of our country's deepest, darkest secrets produced this damn movie? Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and file that one under a hell no, okay? It's kind of like they're subliminally trying to put it in our heads for what's to come. You can call me crazy if you want, all right? But look at all the references that were in our pop culture media that kept showing up of the Twin Towers in the years leading up to 9/11. And now, when the world seems to be unstable, and with every American seemingly at their wits' end when it comes to things like the economy, social unrest, and flat-out distrust in our systems, a former president produces a movie that specifically details how a government could go about taking control of its own people. I don't know, man. Seems a little weird to me.
So Leave the World Behind is out, and we watched it Friday night, and it blew our minds. I cannot recommend this movie enough. It is so good. And I've seen a lot of content talking about the very blatant statements that this movie is attempting to make about how completely dependent we are upon technology, the racial microaggressions, how disconnected we are from nature, the fear-mongering, the doomsday, how fearful and untrusting we are, and how we are one more fear-inducing event away from civil unrest. And I agree with all of those things, but it's this that I think is the larger narrative that they're trying to point out to us. I think the larger narrative is this girl, and while she is very
I don't know if y'all seen that movie, but I ain't gonna spoil it for y'all. But y'all see the girl in the front, and she has during the movie a NASA shirt on. Oh yeah, love unconditional. She put that in the text messages that she was so happy that Azriel was with Robert because she was just waiting for her to get with a man that cared about her and that had stability, and that she was just waiting for her to graduate, and then she was out. She was tired. She said because she's tired of getting abused. She was tired of living a lie, and she was tired of being cheated on. Oh, she talked about him like a dog. And that's why a lot of these so-called bloggers, women that continue to take up for him to this day, when the messages came out, oh, they were dragging her. They ain't had nothing bad to say about him. And one of them had tweeted and was like, oh, I'm so sorry, Angelo. You know, the messages came out today. You stay strong. You're such a good father. But I know that you gotta be thinking in your head about, divorce, and you should try to get your daughter, she said daughters away from her as fast as possible. And guess what he did? He retweeted the tweet. So he was basically agreeing with everything the person said in the tweet, and he was pushing the narrative already, separating himself from the text messages. Like basically letting people think that, oh yeah, y'all seen the text messages, but you ain't see me in them. You ain't see me giving her directions, this, that, and the third. But if y'all remember the text messages, because we got to go back and read them all, I will. Almost every situation regarding Robert, the hotels, the excused absence notes back to the school, when she was supposed to be getting a dress for, I don't know, it was prom, one of them, her getting up, going to school every day, and then sometimes she needed gas money and all that. Oh, your dad, call your dad. So he was definitely involved with everything. We just don't have his text messages with his daughter, right? But don't get it messed up. He definitely was aware. He definitely supported everything that was going on. The only thing that I think he was blind about was her on there talking trash about him, saying that he was abusive and everything. Because you got to remember, they never thought that these messages was going to get put out for everybody to see and see. She was even talking about the oldest daughter. That's why the oldest daughter looked as stupid going on a radio station saying, I put that on my life that that's not my mom, and that those messages are fake. She put that on her life. And the sad part is, her mother don't have a real good relationship with the oldest daughter like she do Azriel. She literally told Azriel, don't tell your sister nothing. So the only thing I kind of believe, when they talked about the story of the brother supposedly saying he didn't see Azriel car there and all that stuff, and then that's how they found out she was with Robert, whatever. No, I don't believe that. Because Angelo claimed, oh, both of my kids had their own cars at 15 years old. Da, 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 da. How? If Azriel was picking her brother up and dropping him off? It was only one car outside that damn house. And when the whole fire happened, that's why the mom was all hysterical, because the car that Azriel took a picture in front of, like as if that was the car that was targeted. No. That car was broke down. And that's why the mom kept telling the fire department, hurry up, because the fire was going to spread over to the car Azriel took a picture in front of, and they couldn't move the car. Either the engine was done, they couldn't move the car. The car just broke down, right? So she didn't want the fire to get over to that car. When Azriel first got there, which she said to the dispatcher, my mom and dad car is on fire. She never said, oh, somebody's targeting me and they came and started a fire on my vehicle. The vehicle did not even move or work. So when she was driving it around, when she was in school, still in Florida, it was already a putt-putt, but it was getting to A to B. But because they wanted to push the narrative, because Angelo didn't want everybody to drag it out about this relationship with him and Cash, and the whole how he met Michael Williams and everything. Michael Williams also lived in Florida. Him and Angelo was hanging out outside of Cash and this whole Rkelly thing. And Cash admitted, like I've been saying, that she found out that Michael Williams wasn't by himself the night of the fire. That somebody else was in the car with him, which I was saying since day one. Also, when Alice Clary was on that phone, and they said, well, mister, you know what the perpetrator, is it a man, is it a woman? Y'all remember Alice Clary said it's a woman. Then when her son came back, and he was walking back in the house, running back in the house, then she said, oh, he says a man. Then she said, the perpetrator is shooting at my husband and my son. Then Angelo gets on line and say he was shooting at the perpetrator. Angelo was the one shooting. The perpetrator never shot nothing. He was chasing Michael Williams and the other person in the street shooting at him. Now, it makes sense why Michael Williams' coat got on fire. The front brim of his truck had caught on fire and all this, because he said at his sentencing that he was high off cocaine. And when the judge said to him, so you didn't notice that it was kids and all them people, and it was a federal witness in the house and all. And he said, listen, Your Honor, you know, I already took a plea. You know, I already took my responsibility. No, I did not know that she was in there. And he said, you know, I might as well just tell my side of the story. I was high off cocaine that night. He said, I did not know that she was in there at all. So that led me to think he definitely was coming there for Angelo. And that he didn't know that he must have been coming there for Angelo and thought Angelo was there alone. Because remember, per the text messages, almost every time, every morning, and even when Azriel went back with Robert that evening, because remember, when she went to the Dolphin Hotel, the hotel that they lied and said the cops came and Robert ran out and all that, remember, she went early in the morning because the night before, her mom told her she wasn't going to school, she was going to go hang with Robert. Her mom gave her the directions how to get to the hotel. Remember, she said it's near Disney, right? Remember, Azriel fell asleep in the car that morning. It was raining. Robert didn't know she was outside. The mom went and texted Robert like she was Azriel. Oh, you got me out here all this time. This is not cool. Da-da-da. And Robert was like, oh, I didn't know you was outside. Because Azriel fell asleep outside in the car. You got to remember, the day before that, she was with Robert at another hotel. Then before that, that was the concert. So that morning, she's sleepy as hell. She's staying out all different time of nights and all this. She traveling to meet him here, there. So finally, Robert comes down to meet her. She goes in the hotel. This is the same hotel that the mom lied and said the cops came, and Angelo lied and said Robert ran out the back door, right? Okay. When the mom texted her, Azriel wasn't responding. That's when the mom said, oh, the cops are coming. Soon as she sent that text out, Azriel responded back in a second. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm on my way down now. My phone was on silent, and I'm coming down there. Come on, you drawing? What are you talking about? The mom said you wasn't answering the phone. Then the mom said, make sure he paid for your car. Make sure you tell him to pay for your car, because she parked her car in the parking garage. Then Azriel says, all right, because he gotta go do something, but we either gonna go out to eat later or to the movies or something. So I'm gonna be meeting back up with him in a little bit, because it was still early, still was the morning. And then she did meet back up with him that evening. So that's why that next morning, when the mom was texting her and was like, good morning, you up? What time did you get in? Or did you ever come home last night? Now, I know everybody probably was thinking, why the mom ain't just go in her room to see if her daughter was there? Or why didn't her mom go in her room, to see what time, she come home, or what time she came home? It showed that the mom wasn't even staying at that house. That's why when she was texting her every morning, where you at? What you doing? You up? You at school? Ain't no mom asking all of that if she was in the same house as her. Ain't no mom asking all of that if she left out that house in the morning and seeing her daughter in the bed, or if she was at home that night and seeing what time she came in from with Robert that night. No. The mom admitted in the text messages that the house was nasty and dirty as hell. Dog poop everywhere, cat poop everywhere, and she got so tired that she started staying at Airbnbs. Her and Angelo wasn't no couple, none of that. This is why he was also not staying there. Now, Azriel told everybody that them child abuse charges and all that he got is because of her, and that she can't live in the same house as him. This is when she was pushing the narrative that her dad touched her. But if y'all think about it, why was she so hyped to get her own when she finally left Chicago if they were screaming on every platform, oh, we want our daughter to come home. We just want our daughter home. We just want our daughter home. So why, when she left Chicago, not even a day, she out here looking for houses and apartments and stuff? Like, definite that she was not trying to go live nowhere near him. Then when COVID got real bad, she moved in her mom's back room, where the closet room, and she was sleeping on the floor. If y'all notice, Angelo was never there. Angelo was never there no nights that she spent the night at her mom's house. Then all of a sudden he talked about he had this truck business. When she was at Larry's, Larry finally admitted that Azriel disrespected the crap out of him, cussed him out. I mean, disrespecting him bad, she said. He said. So bad that Angelo got mad and left Azriel with a stranger. Because again, he met Larry off the internet. He don't know Larry. But he was willing to leave his daughter at this man's house and left. Sure did. And that's when she was down Larry's for a week. Or I think 2. But without Angelo. And then, when him and Larry fell out, all of a sudden he finds out that Larry gave Azriel $3,500 for furniture. And that he bought her mom an Apple Watch and I think an iPhone. Angelo said, what man gives somebody's daughter money without notifying the parents? Then something was said about it's supposed to be a picture of Azriel on Larry's couch with some little shorts on. And all of a sudden, Angelo is kind of insinuating that, oh, yeah, nigga, I better not see that picture, because if that picture come out with my daughter with them shorts on, yeah, it's going to be a lot of unanswered questions. And no, he said that's going to answer a lot of questions. And then he say, because it don't make sense for a grown man to be buying giving nobody's daughter $3,500 and don't tell them. So he basically was trying to say, you better not was flirting with my daughter while she was at your house or touching my daughter. Ain't that crazy? After this man and his wife opened their doors up to him and his family, took on all their bullcrap, had them attack all these R. Kelly fans and supporters out here. And then they started getting attacked by certain people, even people that was in their team truth. So it wasn't just no R. Kelly supporters was attacking. They went through stuff with other people because of him. And you mean to tell me that all the stuff they did for our daughter, gave her a birthday party and opened their house up to her, gave her all this money and stuff for her birthday, and that the dad would literally insinuate, oh, you better not have touched my daughter? For that to even come to his mind, to even put Larry in the category of, it might be it might have happened type of thing. It's crazy. And that's just the people that they are. Why do you think he's so comfortable with leaving his daughter with so many men? Why y'all think he's so comfortable with only taking her around male artists in the industry? Why do you think he's so comfortable with leaving her with Shabazz all them hours? And then lied to the public when Larry put him on blast that he had to keep calling him and calling him, come, yo, get down here, man, to your daughter, man. Because she lied and told Larry that there was all these girls down there that was trying to jump her. It was just Kim and Joycelyn, but whatever. And when the fight happened and everything, oh, now here come Angelo. Because he know that this is going viral. He knows that, now they going to really be acknowledged now as public figures. Everybody all around the world is watching this. And Shabazz got front row footage. So now Angelo is hyped. He ready to go on a tour run. Because you know everybody, every blogger, every platform is going to be calling them for an interview. So he tried to make it seem like to the public, oh, what is that nigga talking about? I was been on my way to get my daughter. What are you talking about? Larry like, dude, you forgot when I first called you, you told me that you wasn't coming down there and that you ain't have time for her shit, and she just like R. Kelly, she down there chasing R. Kelly? That's what Larry said that he said. Oh man, I ain't paying her no mind, man. She just like that nigga, man. Man, she went down there to chase that nigga, man. I ain't got time for that. But then when the fight happened, and now it was going viral, it was on TMZ and everything else, he got to bag Shabazz for money so he can get the flight. Shabazz paid for their hotels and stuff in Vegas. Shabazz paid for studio time while Angelo writing the lyrics, telling her what to rap. So when she was in the studio rapping about, yeah, that nigga on my D, I'm on, that nigga fly me out, that nigga want my vagina, and all, That was the daddy lyrics. When she kept emphasizing on the songs that Robert was gay and liked men and all that, that was the daddy lyrics. Shabazz said that daddy was up there telling her what to rap and what to say, like he living through her. Like like him and Robert in a relationship. And he arguing with Robert through a rap song, telling Azriel what to say. Like what dad tells their daughter some rap lyrics, and in the rap lyrics that he giving her, he telling her to talk about her vagina and niggas flying her out and they can't get enough of this and all that. But then you claiming that somebody victimized your daughter. Are you crazy? Like what? Yeah. Exactly. And then let's not talk about all of them women from Team Truth who he victimized. He opened up an LLC and made that lady a president, the one who's handicapped. Was all flirting with that lady, act like he liked her, and she claimed she was flirting back and stuff because he owed her money. And she was trying to make sure she get her money back because that was her son's college tuition money. But of course, he never gave her nothing back. He had her open up business credit cards all in her name after he opened that LLC. Made her think she was important, and they was starting a movement to protect victims and everything. Please. He opened up that LLC so he could get them PPP loans. Then he put all of them people names saying that they was working for him. And then he was sending unemployment mail to him for them, but checking off, yes, to give them the check, then getting the check sent to him. Make that make sense. Like, how you get their social security numbers and all that. But then people came out here and said that they gave them their socials and stuff. Crazy, man. Crazy. Exactly. I am telling to watch. Because I think a lot of people be forgetting. I'm not sure that I believe that she was. Wait a minute, I'm gonna see if I got that video real fast. I want y'all to see that. Wait a minute.
And I'm gonna bring this up because I you know, one thing about me, as long as I've been on YouTube, I mean not YouTube, IG, and fighting this fight publicly. One thing I don't have to do is lie to y'all. For one, I really don't have the energy. I really have no reason. And everything I did from out the kindness of my heart, or because of the cause that it was, or because it was a move on the board that I had to play to achieve something when my daughter was in a different situation than being home with her family. So, and even then, I did everything accordingly that my peoples knew about. So, you know, I just had a strange conversation with, I'm not sure if the young lady used to calling people up and.
Okay. Okay. What you were saying? I said the picture that I sent you.
Yell and scream and talk, don't listen. And that's Blade. You know, we're gonna call it like it is. We're not even gonna play no game tonight. Blade. For one, anytime you meet a woman that don't do nothing but yell, scream, over talk, can't listen, don't hear nothing, can be listening to you but don't hear nothing you saying, I'm just gonna give y'all a small recap of it. First of all, she called me lying. First of all, saying what I said in there, and that's gonna be addressed next in a Zoom that I don't even do Zooms. It was my first, or maybe the first Zoom I ever been in with this group of women, right? That had questions. Why they got me in the Zoom? Because they asked me. They said, we have questions that we need you to answer for us. That was it. That was all. That's the only reason I agreed to go to the Zoom. I said, at the time I was talking to L on the phone, and I told my guy Zoom to go. He was like, nah, yo, I wouldn't do the Zoom. I do what I feel like I want to get into because I'm open-minded. I feel like I'm a real open-minded individual that can take things in, correct things, and straighten things. So let's get past that. So them women asked me in the Zoom what they had questions. So that's what it was about. So then I get a phone call today. We're going to go back to that, but I'm going to give you with the phone call. So the phone call, she called me yelling, saying what I said in the Zoom. What I said in the Zoom, right? Not a question that was asked and I repeated the question and answered it, but something I said. One, I didn't call the Zoom. Two, that was about the second or third Zoom they set up that I was supposed to be in that I didn't do because I don't do Zooms. As I was getting in the Zoom, the first thing I asked people is, who is in the Zoom? Because I don't like this playing these knick-knack games, recording the same thing that I told L from the time he first did a goddamn Zoom. Yo, don't do them Zooms. They too messy. You've been on YouTube for 2-3 hours. Why you starting a Zoom? Some shit he wanted to do. He did it. I never entered these Zooms. I maybe entered them maybe 3 times out of the whole 2 years or something like that with him. That's it. I don't like it. It's too many people, and everybody gotta get off course in this fight and get lost. And some people like so much fucking drama. Hold y'all questions for right now. Just let me finish this. So many people like so much drama that they are caught up in the fucking the drama part of it and the fuck shit of all this fugazi shit, that they forget the actual cause of Team Truth on YouTube, and then the formal Team Truth that was built for us the business. And I'm gonna get to all clear all this shit up tonight.
Isn't it crazy that this man ran to open a business up called Team Truth through his oldest daughter's son picture as the cover, instead of for his daughter starting a business first? Instead of for his supposedly daughter that's the victim first? Like, and then why people should know that they are pathological liars? Anytime you gotta go out your way to create a freaking platform called Team Truth because you want to convince everybody that, anything y'all hear over this side on our platform, everything is the truth over here. One place, look at it, we get wrong like that. It's the truth over here. You ain't gonna hear no different over here. Just the truth. anytime somebody gotta keep bashing in your head that we team truth, we team truth, we team truth. Hey, APC.
We'll get rid of all this once and for all, and I'm done with all this shit. So if they want to come in, they can come in. I heard they was advised not to come in. That's on them. But I'm going to call them out how they are and how the things that made me look at them totally different. So we back to this Sam with calling me. So she called me. So the first thing she wanted to do, I don't know who she thinks she talking to, one of them YouTubers that she call and try to be who the loudest and all that. Ain't nothing woman about that. So I don't care to try to put nobody down or none of this. But the conversation get back and forward, right back and forth. And then she wouldn't listen to nothing. So she kept saying, well, what she did. I said, listen, I wasn't in YouTube, but I do know, and if Butter in here, Butter, when I heard that her and Butter was getting ready to get into a physical altercation, and I know both of them live in New York because I'm a frequent individual in New York, all through New York. So therefore, I reached out to Butter. When Butter called me back, I told Butter, let that shit go. Butter was furious over whatever. I didn't even get into why, where, or when. What I did know is all of us started on the right cause. It's nothing I haven't done that put anybody in danger. Ever could say I'll let somebody do some stupid shit. I don't like seeing women fussing and fighting. That's not my thing. I don't get into women ass shit. And everybody, before this live over, y'all gonna see the women that I do talk to, that I don't play no games with letting anyone talk about L any type of way in front of me. I straighten them, and they got a right to feel how they feel. But I don't agree with none of it because I don't know what took them to that point where they don't like them or they don't get along with them. So I have nothing to do with it. But we're going to clear this up because evidently Larry has it in his ear or his head thinking that I can be, my buttons can be pushed by any motherfucking body. I've never in my life been no fuck. I never in my life been a flunky or a motherfucking some yes man to shit. Always been on boss.
How was you not a flunky when you begging Rkelly for a job and to go in business with you with your dildos while your daughter is living with him? While she's standing over there with her hair in a bush, haven't been combed, haven't been done. You can't even get your daughter hair done for her graduation, let alone a nice little outfit underneath the cap and gown. So cheap that y'all had to go to IHOP. She's coming from living a multi-millionaire lifestyle and go to graduation and they go to IHOP. That is crazy. That's crazy. The mom ain't even cook a meal for her daughter. Like, he wanted to brag about them having that big old house and all this. Like, y'all didn't even cook a meal. Larry even brought up when she came home, Angela wanted to do like a welcome home dinner or Thanksgiving or something like that. And Larry said he wound up doing it too. And had all these cameras, had the photographer there recording and everything, and so he can, I guess, try to sell it to the media. He was already calling all these labels and all this trying to get her some type of deal. And she doesn't even have a portfolio of consistent music that she recorded in the studio. That's why the guy Bobby, their son, went to school with her. That's why he said that's why they always used to bring her to their house. Because his dad and him, they were engineers and producers. They were producing music and engineering everything. They had all the supplies. They had all the equipment. This fool never invested in his daughter. So he always had to freeload off people and take her to places like Bobby's house, who she went to school with his son, to record some music at their house. He never took her to studios and paid studio time where she actually recorded her own personal music in studios, and now it's on a platform, or she got it on a drive, a disc cassette. No. The first time she started recording in the studio where she actually had music on Apple and whatever, is when she got with this this recent manager. He's the manager of her, the gay boy that sing the song with the horse, and he was Lil Wayne and Nicki Minaj and them old manager. I had posted the video up when she went to the Black Awards and he was there with her. But that's the first time she actually had music on a platform, and it was EPs. She said she was putting out a whole album. She had a listening party and everything. I don't know why. Because she needs a lot of she needs to work on her voice, her vocals, to train them to know how to not you know how like when she sings, she try to sing off of Beyonce songs, and she strains her voice when it's time to hit the high note, and it sounds a mess. That's how you know he's lying when you say they invested a lot of money in her career. Because nobody knew who she was. All she was doing was performing at the little spring shows and all that stuff in Florida, because he worked for Christy Lights. He got backstage passes. That's why she had met Drew Hill and all them. She literally stopped the music at one of the shows and told Fat Joe to put her number in his phone. Come on, y'all. Stop the music and say, I'm Azriel Clare. I want you to remember me. And put my number in your phone. Fat Joe was like, oh, she bold. Damn, she bold as hell. So if she could have got Fat Joe, she would have got Fat Joe.
Leader from birth. So I don't, when he tell me this is what really fucks with me, because I don't know what type of guy he thought I turned into, because I'm the same guy I was when he met me in 2017, the end of 2017 going to 18. And we're going to get to that date. That's a real important date too. So we're going to circle back to that too. So let me explain something to y'all. So we on the conversation, she on there, she going off this and that. I tried to say that I got into something I didn't have to get into with her and Butter to stop a fight. Do you know she stopped in the middle of the conversation and said, "Oh, you said you're going to pull up at my house and fight me." Like, what the fuck is wrong with these people on this goddamn channel? And you think why I separate Team Truth from Team Truth business? Do you really understand why I needed to separate that? I didn't have to ask Larry to do it. I gave Larry the courtesy because he was full blown out invested in Team Truth online. But let me explain something to you. When I make a decision, it's a rational decision that I make for business purpose. The same way last night when Sean was on Whitney D channel, shouts out to Whitney D and shouts out to Sean, that I got in there and told Sean, if you wanted to get on there and finish what you wanted to say towards that woman, say that again. If you wanted to say that again, say that again to me. Say that again to me in text. I ain't see it. So, and you wanted to, and made me forget where I was at with it. But anyway, let me get it because I got off track. I'm sorry. With Larry and all this back and forward mess, and with Sam running her mouth saying this, I would never go at no woman for anything talking about I'm gonna do this. But this is the games they play. Now the woman sitting on the phone trying to convince me, and I have everybody that was in there, everybody that was on in the Zoom, that said that I said that Larry was fucking up Team Truth LLC. That was a question that was asked to me by one of the young ladies in there, by two of the young ladies in there, that wanted to know the difference between one and the other and why I separated them. That was it. That was all. So where the fuck did Sam get off trying to convince me that I said Larry was fucking up Team Truth, this and that? I would have told Larry to his goddamn face first. And I don't know what kind of fucking image Larry giving y'all in them private Zoom, them private fucking chats, but Larry is welcome to come in here, not on my motherfucking live, but in these fucking things and ask any question or tell me if I'm lying, and then we could get on the thing. As a matter of fact, he can get on here because I don't have to lie about a goddamn thing. And y'all want the truth with it, you can tell him come on into my live. But I'm not worried about who talking shit about my daughter. My daughter is living her goddamn life. That's what y'all gotta understand. I'm not fighting nobody on here to this talk. They can say what the fuck they want. Let them talk.
His daughter did not deal with this.
Fine.
She put him and his wife out at 3 o'clock in the morning.
They need to talk about it because it only shows how fucked up their life is. She good. I would talk about her too if I had no life.
She always trying to claim something off her.
That's all I do.
And she don't deal with him at all.
Talk about young girls who's living their
like,
life.
why you talking about why Larry gave her money?
Keep him a job, baby. Give him a play.
When you ain't even buy your daughter a lamp for her new so-called
young women, young queens now on the internet because they are miserable.
Why did Larry have to give her money to get furniture? You the package.
Throw the hands across the thing for him.
But he don't talk about how he's trying to sue his daughter for $30,000 for jumping out of that contract.
This ain't about none of that.
Who charges their daughter?
You can.
$30,000.
This is a whole different level, but you can.
In the business.
That's all I'm saying today. Right with everybody. I didn't want to never get on here and show anyone, especially when we got ops and we went through all the things that we've been through together. But when you got somebody playing 50, and what I felt like Larry is playing fucking 50 with these women, his own personal YouTube shit, and my life, it's a fucking problem. See, I didn't bring like him to be beside me or whip me through this fight.
No, he was mad he couldn't control the narrative.
Well, a certain level to feel like they can cross me, play these games. Because if you're not straightening this shit, and somebody come to your radar with some shit about me, who you talk to 24/7, who do motherfucking absolutely anything stuff to do for you and look out for you.
And when he couldn't control the narrative anymore,
ever need,
that's when I stopped dealing with that.
On every aspect. Like, dude, don't fucking tell me, get on here with no fucking attitude and play woman games with fucking followers that I'm telling you that is the problem, and yo, you need to straighten them and check them. So you know what you showed me? Our friendship was never nothing. You put our friendship on the line to save some fucking followers or somebody that's running around fucking lying on me, putting up no fucking whatever they want to say out their mouth. Then she had a nerve to bring up Cash Jones. If you don't know what the fuck I had to go through to get my order back, don't you ever get on the fucking phone with me saying and mention some fucking Cash Jones, because Cash Jones before all you motherfuckers. Y'all don't know shit about it. That was 2016. I mean 2017, before I even met Larry. So if you was around then you only on this shit because you followed me on IG.
Somebody else still
so all that yickety yak follow Tim. So stop fucking running around the internet lying and making y'all goddamn truth.
Because you want everybody to follow suit. And you have to say you believe him in the
just talking about it easing to it. So now that's first.
Everybody that's saying anything else
I
about
major love for this guy. Make no mistake. Love him. Look at him like a little brother.
Anything anybody else say, they're lying.
But when your motherfuckers play games, but one thing about mine, right? I don't get mad and my family won't stop communicating, stop doing this, stop, because I don't run there and talk about nobody. When I handle shit, I handle it as a man. I don't need with this YouTube squabble shit to interfere with relationships, real relationships that I thought we had. But evidently I see it. So a whole lot of truth need to come out about this misconstrued shit about Angelo.
So bad for her.
Because Angelo ain't been nothing but good to
because he has lied,
every motherfucking aspect. That's number one, first and foremost. I carry myself in a way that I try to always let people see the greatness that I can do. I don't give a fuck where we start. I try to finish with the greatness, or at least mend the shit that we had fucked up to get it right. I'm not scared to get on here and apologize and say, you know what, I was wrong about this, I was wrong about that. But what I'm not going to do is sit on here and justify somebody telling my goddamn truth. And when I speak up, they going to correct me on my shit. That don't make no sense to me. So Sam going to get Larry, bringing him in the Zoom, trying to fucking tell a lie, saying I said that he destroyed my fucking Zoom. If Nova is in here, please Nova say something in here, let me know you in here. Because I think the question came from Nova, and then one came from Keith about the separation and why it was a separation. And then somebody else in the Zoom asked me about it. See, we don't have to hide about it. We don't have to hide nothing about what the fuck was said. I answered questions that was asked of me. I don't need to fucking get in a Zoom with a bunch of women I didn't never talk to. I never talked to before the Zoom. In my life, like some women I never even spoke to in my life. But then to get on the Zoom and talk about him, what the fuck do y'all think I get out of that? And why would I need to do that? But before this, not y'all, I wasn't even mad at y'all at first. I was mad because he actually believed the shit and didn't bring it to me. See, that's my fucking problem. See, I don't have no problem with telling him when I got on the phone, boy, Nova can't stand your ass. I don't know what the fuck you did to her, but yo, y'all need to fix that. Hey, yo, Peggy didn't like what the fuck you did to her and how she got put in that when she wasn't even on the Zoom. Guess what? He explained I didn't give two fucks about it. Because it's not, I didn't mess the relationship I wasn't in. That's something he had to fix with y'all. But he had a thing to think y'all could tell me something and I just react. What he don't know is how many times y'all text me and say, Angelo, don't get on this. I heard they invite you on this. Please don't get on this. Please don't get on this. Don't go live. That's what they don't know. See, nobody wants this cesspool of shit but people that have nothing else to do in their life but be a part of bullshit all day long. Now let's go back to Sam. Say, why I was mad, why I was calling. I don't have your number, Sam. I didn't talk to you in a long ass time. I shouted you out when you had a situation about your friend, and I gave you sincere condolences and everything with you. But all that other shit, I don't play these games. You telling me about your kids there, I don't get in front of my children and act no fool. See, that's what I don't do. I didn't do that when I was in the street. So if you did that, I'm not going to apologize for me not knowing your child was there and you in the fucking Zoom. That means you're not prioritizing your fucking life. That's what that means as a mother. Because you shouldn't tell me nothing like that, make me like I'm going to stop what I'm doing because you attacking me. I didn't call you, you called my phone. So don't get on there and think you're going to chastise me, call me a liar, and make a story up that you said all these people. So everybody that was in the Zoom, can you put your goddamn hands up? Can you do something to let them know if you heard me? If you heard me say, Larry was fucking up my team, or did the question get asked to me, and the insight got asked me from their perspective that it looked like he's fucking up this because of what he's doing, and I explained both things, both scenarios in the fucking Zoom. Then I got on a live the next day and explained it again. But I'm damn sure not gonna keep explaining myself to a bunch of motherfuckers that want to keep all this bullshit going. Now I don't know what the fuck y'all talk about in y'all private Zooms, because I don't attend them. And like Larry said on his live, he do 100 of them, 100 pages. Guess what I don't do? I don't do that. I don't fucking make money on no goddamn YouTube. I don't feel like I'm obligated to no goddamn body because they gave me any goddamn thing. What I am to do, I'm obligated to people that allow me to come into their life by a misfortune that they had in their life. And on that note, I will always respect them. I will always give them the utmost respect. And I will always treat them way beyond fair, because something they opened up to me is something that's so sacred that they probably never told other people. And I was happy to be a part of it. And I don't sit on here and try to bash nobody. Boy, but you're not going to call me and forget who I am as a man or as a king and think you going to chastise me on the goddamn lie. You play them YouTube games with everybody else. Don't come with me. I'm way too intelligent for that shit. And I don't need nothing from you, so I don't have no problem telling you the truth. I begged Larry that night, and I told him he'll tell you. He can show you goddamn text if you want. Yo, get Sam and get up in our place so she out of order. Every channel she go on is always drama. She looking for the drama part. She want to be the one to speak out. She want to be the one to go at people. But then when somebody attack her, she mad. Like, what are you doing? You tagging people. You always in the middle. You always look for the worst fucking part of everything. And then you got something to say. Me and you was on a live together. You was over talking a live like you knew more than me. And that's when our problems start. You telling me what the fuck evidently Larry told you, which was a goddamn lie. If. And let me clear this clear, because they got hearing problems over there. They just take things. Oh, he said that. Yeah, I said this. But let me make sure you repeat how I said. If she got this from Larry, then he's a goddamn lie. And let me be the first one. And he can call in. He on here. I promise you he on here. And I just finished texting him. He can get on here at any time. After I finish this shit and rectify anything. All that he don't talk to them. I've been in this game a long time. I started this game for us this team shit. And I'm gonna say this one more time. I started this shit. Let me give you. I did a timeline on my post to let y'all know how far back this go. And y'all can do the fucking math. I don't have to play no games. I don't need to get recognition. It gets me nothing. But evidently, it's a big thing for everybody else. It's a big thing to need to be singled out. I did this, I did that. Then you ain't doing it from your fucking heart. Because most of the shit that hit the internet that I did from my goddamn heart. I didn't have to do it. I didn't need to do it. I wasn't obligated to do it. I did it because this was something that was in my heart, my spirit, and things that I'm trying to do better as a man and become. I felt as though this was one of my duties, a part of that. So that's why I needed to do it. And that's how I do things. All this other shit, man. Y'all got going on these games, just playing these dumbass games. I don't get into that, bro. I don't get in this back and forth shit. And when I feel like you ain't straightening a situation that needs to be straightened because you can't straighten, or maybe they gonna come back to you with some other shit. I wasn't wrong. I'm not on the fucking tape talking about you. You play that game all the fuck you want. You was on the tape talking about whatever way you need to spend it. That's fine. I didn't say nothing. I just had to reevaluate my shit. And my shit wasn't over. When I'm finished processing and dealing with it, then I'll be on call or this and that. But tell them nobody dictates me to get online, get on their page, yo, the beef squad. Nobody can tell that. I don't know what the fuck kind of people this is on this internet where they have this imaginary relationship with people. People can do what the fuck they want. I don't do what I want to you. Don't do shit like that to me. Period. And that's where I have a problem with a whole lot of shit. And it's like now, all of them not on here to defend themselves. That's fine. But don't get on no motherfucking site or none of this shit trying to give rebuttal or in the fucking private chats that I get y'all fucking screenshots. Just like I was so surprised that Alicia, who fucking go at me every motherfucking minute. I've never had any motherfucking problem with this young lady. I don't know why she have it in her head. She gonna chastise what I say, how I say it, this and that. And y'all wanna know why the fuck I say Teen Truth can't be a part of this? No, it can't be. Cause y'all done lost y'all motherfucking way. Cause all y'all in it for is all this little bullshit right here. And because Larry don't say nothing, it's okay for me. I don't play them type of game. I don't need nobody supporting me with that type of attitude. Cause what I do, when people call me and we talk on the phone for 2 hours and 3 hours, just me and them, and I pass them Sean, or I used to pass them even involve Larry to him. But see, I see now why it was getting misconstrued. Why? Because when certain people get mad, they try to put out shit that they heard or they said. I don't play that game. And that's why I jumped in last night. Again, I'm going to say this again. Reiterate this clearly for people. For Whitney D and Sean, I said, go easy. You're doing it as a queen. You're breaking it down. You're not going at. But you know what I saw saying, right? The thing. Oh, Sean probably been on here bashing her. And this and that. Like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all, man? Everything ain't about putting somebody down. Can y'all listen to the growth part in this shit? Can you listen to the part that say we are grown-ass adults that's the same goddamn color, that we in a world of shit, a bigger world of shit, not just a taste, a bigger world of shit that we need to try to come together as friends, as promoting each other, trying to mend the gap between us blackness, and you can still agree and disagree. But y'all miss that because all you fucking want is the cesspool of shit. That's all you fucking want. And you're mad because I said that. And I said that because you sit there trying to fucking lie on me and said I said something in the Zoom that I fucking didn't say. First and foremost, I would have said it to Larry first, and he can tell you that. And because he don't tell y'all all this is why y'all fucking think that it's okay to go behind and spread all this bullshit behind the scene and jump in people's lives and say what the fuck you want because he won't check you. See, everybody need to check me. Larry, the whole internet, everybody got somebody to check them. And it's not a bad thing to get checked. It's maybe just called you to get you back in order. Because you might have went a little too far. And people might say, you know what, you need to do a check. And you can accept that. I know I can. But what I won't accept is a motherfucker sitting there trying to lie on me and make the lie their truth. So everybody that was on this live, you can hit my phone, text me. Most of y'all got my number. I just want to know where y'all heard me say that Larry was fucking up Team Truth, or did I get the question asked to me? See, because he need that clear, because he evidently believe anything Sam or whoever, or he said Alicia told him. So both of them need to tell the goddamn truth. And then he got the goddamn other dudes that sit there and repeat every goddamn thing that said with no damn truth in it. Like that's mind-boggling to me. That makes no sense to me. I don't even understand this shit. How did y'all get so caught up in this cesspool of from